am. We're recording? We're ready? Okay, good evening. The time is approximately 5:04 p.m. My name is Wayman Furman. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Indio. I'll be chairing this joint council meeting with the City of Indio and Water Authority. And I'd like to ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Miller,
Present.
Councilmember Ramos Amit,
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Present.
and Mayor Pro Tem Furman.
Present. The next item is the invocation. We do not have anyone for the invocation, so we will move forward to the pledge, and I'll ask Councilmember Miller to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please. Rise, hand over your heart. Fly our country for all those who protected it before, now, and in the future. Please begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
Thank you. All right, the next item is the city attorney report on closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did not have a closed session, so there is nothing to report, and we'll continue that item to the next meeting.
All right, no report on closed session, so we move forward to number 5. Very exciting presentations. We have certificates for the Indio High School girls golf team, who are the DVL Desert Valley League co-champions. Great. So I'd like to ask Councilmember Ortiz and Councilmember Miller to come down and join me as we present them, and let's get some photos with the big blue down there.
Champions.
Right. A lot of Rogers in the house today. Yeah, spread out a little bit, or maybe I can step in the back. We can do it. Color in the back, right? It is. Everybody smiling? Come on, 2, 3. Okay. Perfect. Yes, we do have some certificates. Let's get a couple more. Okay. Well, maybe you can help. The names. Okay.
So first off, we have our MVP, Monica Aguilar. Next one is Clarissa Garcia. Next one is Zara Shatabi. Next up, Belinda Casanieras. Next one is Mia Whitting. And last but not least, we got Matilda.
We have more. Or?
No, the rest are not here.
They're not here. Councilman Ortiz, do you have any words for our champions here?
Oh, no, just congratulations on all your success this year. You know, it's great to see our local teams getting up there in the championship. I know how hard it is. I used to play sports there at Indio High too. So, but congratulations. I hope you had a great season. Hope you had a lot of fun together. And thank you for joining us today as well.
Thank you.
I just want to congratulate you. I came in to build the golf resort in Indian Wells 35 years ago. I'm a certified golf course superintendent. I ran the first tee program, so I know how important golf is to our valley, but it's a great sport, you know, with long-term friends, character builder. Obviously being the champions, that's great. And here in the city of Indio, congratulations. on a great win, and hopefully you'll continue to play the sport, not only hopefully in college and that, but maybe professionally in that. We'll see you out there representing the great city of Indio in Indio High School. Congratulations, ladies.
I just want to say congratulations to all of you. Congratulations, coach. You guys are all representing our Rogers very well. I always put it out there, you know, I'm a Raja alumni, but I love all my high schools, but I'm extremely proud. I have to say that because I'm going to get Shadow's going to come get me but I have to stress the importance of team sports and structure and what it does, and it sets you up for the future. And as Councilmember Miller hinted to, there's scholarships out there, there's golf programs, and moving forward in our world, golf and non-contact sports are so big and well so supported by our community. And I believe this is our first DVL championship for our golf at Indio High School, correct? You're going down in history as the first women's golf team to win DVL, so that's great. So behalf of the city of Indio, our council, our staff, congratulations and thank you. We'll see you next year when you win again.
All right, on three, everybody say four.
Four.
All right, congratulations. Right. Great sport. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Coach. Please let me know if you guys need a place to go. Thank you. More than happy to help.
Congratulations.
They're like, no,
Thank you guys very much.
Right, thank you, thank you. Exciting. Right, exciting stuff. Congratulations to our golf team. The next item, we'll keep it in the spirit of our youth. We'll move into our Youth Advisory Council for a report.
Hi, I'm Eliana, and I'm this year's Mayor Pro Tem, speaking on the behalf of the Youth Advisory Council. In our last meeting, we were able to set up some dates for opportunities to give back to the community. We will be volunteering at the Narrow Doors Annual Christmas Store on December 11th, coordinating a neighborhood cleanup with La Quinta High School's Avid students. The date has not been decided yet. We will be volunteering at the Tamale Festival on the 4th, helping with the Tamale contest, plus volunteering at Fine Food Bake on January 8th. This past Saturday, some of our members participated in the Walk to End Alzheimer's. We would also like to bring up possibly resonating the Sunline Bus Route 80 since reinstating the Sunline Bus Route 80 since it is the only transportation for Amistad students to the Indio Teen Center. Without it, students are having to walk for about an hour to make it to the Teen Center. Lastly, we looked over agenda items, not encounter any that issued youth, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that report. Councilmember Miller's on that board, and I'm pretty sure he's going to take that into consideration. But that's good. Thank you for reporting. And I want to follow up by just thanking our YAC team, and also just reiterating the fact that I think you could be utilized a little bit more, because I'm big on culture. And I see a big change of culture in our city over the past few years, but culture has changed over time. It doesn't change overnight. And how has it changed? It's changed by our youth, right? So by you all being here, being part of these meetings and going back to our our schools and your peers and your parents and relaying this information that we have. I really want to make sure that we do that. So I like to ask the city manager, I know we're a little tight on funding, but I like to get our YAC team some small notebooks and some pens, because I think it's vital that when you come, you may be able to take some notes and go back and relay this message to your ASBs, to our explorers out there, to the student population, to your parents at the teen center, because before we release you, we got some very exciting stuff that we're going to report on. We're going to talk about the Tamale Festival. I know you all are going to be there, but it's important that we keep putting this out there, and you all are setting a great example as being leaders in there. So I appreciate your report and thank you. Councilor Miller?
Yeah, Mayor, if I could say something, take it to kind of to the next level.
Yeah.
And I think one thing, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, I'll ask Jim, but I don't think we utilize our youth enough, and we're doing it. But I think when they end, we never hear from them. I think we really need to get them together with a group and talk about what their successes were, how we can make the next group more valuable, how we can take their input into it. So as they're leaving or they get stuff, maybe like we do a retreat, maybe all of them coming in to say, this is what would draw more kids, or this is what we really have a passion for, we'd like to get going and that. I think it'd be something that we could learn off of from them. Some of them are seniors, but some are freshmen, and they can carry like a council members. They can carry that over to the next level and do that stuff. So I think giving them a little more support, a little more help, and they might be doing it already, but I think, how they're involved, and was it worth their time, and would they do it again, and would they recommend it to somebody like you'd do it to anybody else? And if not, what would make it more important to you? What would make it more advantageous? So, they're our future. So if we can get them to give us a little more guidance, then I think it'll support us. Thank you.
Great comments, and I second that. Okay, I think that's it, and we'll move on to our item number 7, which is report on city council external and internal boards. And we'll go ahead and start with, you're not ready yet? We'll move down to Councilmember Miller. Are you ready to go?
All right. But good evening, everyone. Thank you for all coming. Thank you for out there, everybody watching on TV or on Zoom. A lot of good stuff. I had one real meeting. It was ECAC and the budget I set there. It's the Eastern Communities for IID. We talk about what IID can do to help. We go over the budgets, we go over their assessments of what they're going to do, raising rates and everything that they had. And this was their budget meeting. And a lot of it came through of what they're going to invest back in the Coachella Valley. A lot of it's not a lot, to be honest with you. They are going into doing some tree work and some other stuff. Ray was on there too with us, a little disappointing. IID does great work and has really low rates for our residents, but they're not investing a lot back into our community. And part of it could be because of the short-term of the contract that we have with them ends in about another 13 years. But the city of Indio is growing. So is our community. As we want to grow, we need power, and they want to borrow from it and budget from it, take from other stuff to be able to pay for it. But a lot of it's not coming into the Coachella Valley. A lot of it's going down to Imperial and other areas down there, including battery storage. So I think it's something we need to look at, something we need to address. I know we're working on it, but they do a great job of helping those people in need by continuing to support people that can't pay their bills, and at the same time keeping our rates low. If you've lived ever in a metropolitan area, or even on the other side of Washington Street, yes, there's an R in Washington. The rates are astronomical. And what they're doing is they're going to lower the rates down to percentage for those 4 months that we spend their most amount of money, and raise the other 8 months up a little bit, so that your bill's not such a shock in those 4 summer months. So, which is good for us, but still at the same time, it's going to be going up about 3 cents. So it doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up as continue to go on. And if they're investing back in their community, it'll be something. So we need all of you, not alone just my city council and staff, all of the residents, because it'll affect you, to continue to keep an eye on this, because it will have an effect on you very shortly. So please, as you see that and you see things, get involved and get engaged. On on the other stuff that we did, we have our barbecue championship. I want to thank Jim Curtis, the staff, and everyone else that was involved. If you did not go up to the lights of Indio and go to the barbecue championship, it was packed. Hour wait just for barbecue. I think we've outgrown it. I think we really need to address putting a little more money up for the barbecue championship, draw in some more people, get our local bands, our local economy going by investing in them to come down. And we need to move it either to the fairgrounds or the Polo Club or downtown somewhere. We need to be able to expand it because it was really well attended and well done. Staff, my hat's off to all of you for a great job. And Landmark Golf, who actually runs the golf property for us, who continues to help us and support us with that. So barbecue championship was great. Day of the Dead celebration at Coachella Valley History Museum. If you haven't seen the Coachella Valley History Museum, you really need to go in there. They have a great display of local culture and history from all over the Coachella Valley, from Jackie Cochran to the dresses from the parade from the Tamale Festival. It's got the Day of the Dead gatherings of families that have put things together to bring back the spirits of their family and that. And it's just beautiful what they've been able to accomplish and the history that's there. So if you haven't been there, it's a little gym. They had the Day of the Dead celebration there. There was about 300 for a fundraiser to continue to support their great work. And then our Veterans Day events, I was able to go to the George Patton Museum, the city of La Quinta, who does a very good celebration and celebrates their veterans, and also the one in Palm Springs for the parade. Great honor all our veterans, first responders, and our active duty military. We need to celebrate them more, not just on special days, because of all of what they've done is what we're able to do. So I think the city of Indio, we've talked about doing a Veterans Day. I think we need to do that in the 4th of July. It's something that I think we need to do for our community and get them out. Thank our veterans and our first responders, along with our active duty military for what they do every day. And then lastly is happy Thanksgiving to everyone coming up. Enjoy your families. Have some time. You know, it's Thursday. You got Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Go out and enjoy the beautiful weather. Shop in Indio. Spend your money here, please. And enjoy your families and have a great time. And God bless all of you. And thank you for allowing me to be your council member.
Thank you, council member. Council member Meat, do you have a report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I do have a report. I attended the Riverside County Fair National Date Festival Committee Board of Advisors, and we have not reviewed the RFPs that we received for the operations and maintenance of the fairgrounds year round. So that information will be forthcoming probably in the first or second quarter of 2022. But what we do have is we've had a promoter come forward that is proposing to have an 11-day fair event at the fairgrounds in February. So we will be able to have some type of an event this February while we are still negotiating for the long-term operator. The details are not finalized yet, but it sounds like we are going to be able to move forward with some type of event this February, which will be good for the community. That would conclude my report. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, council member. Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I had a meeting with the SoCal Association of Governments Energy and Environment Committee. We had a presentation by the U.S. Green Building Council for LA, who was working on wildfire defense education. So they're doing property tours to showcase how to prepare properties for fire prevention using different landscaping and building techniques in fire-prone areas. They're also providing free school presentations on sustainability throughout Riverside County and Los Angeles County. We also had a presentation from Advanced OC, a nonprofit who is tracking data from the CDC to see where there is the most need for services throughout Orange County. They can narrow down to, for example, which neighborhoods have high numbers of residents without access to dental care. And this allows them, along with 55 other ways to measure standards of living, this allows them to really target the outreach for community services. We also had a presentation by the Local Government Commission, a nonprofit that works on sustainable design. They spoke about the drought, fire, and flood cycle that has been intensifying over the past few decades. The cycle is that we see longer and more intense droughts, which cause more wildfire issues because of the drier conditions. And then the burning of the lands also causes intensified floods and mudslides. And so on top of the damages that we're seeing to our lands and our wildlife, they're also causing more and more expensive damages to California communities. So right now in California has spent $10 billion annually for the past 5 years in damages through natural disasters, whereas the average for the past 50 years was $1 billion. So we're looking at 10 times increases in damages due to climate change issues. Their nonprofit is currently working on building collaborations between water agencies and land use agencies to advocate for planning future water use and land use with these new climate trends in consideration. I also wanted to thank our county workers at the courthouse. We celebrated Adoption Finalization Day. 21 children were adopted that day in Indio at our courthouse here, and 60 total throughout the county. I also wanted to give a thank you to our Greater Coachella Valley Chamber of Commerce for throwing a great state barbecue championship at the Indio Lights Golf Course. It was great to see this event come back with such great turnout, and we got some great feedback from our residents. I also wanted to thank the Chamber and everyone at our History Museum for hosting a great event for our State of the City, and thank you to everyone who came out to join us. I'm really excited to see all the improvements being made up to the History Museum here in downtown. If you're looking for a venue for a big party or celebration, definitely check out this venue. We had a Day of the Dead celebration there as well, and it's a great venue with many improvements coming along. Considering the drought and the, going back to those issues that we were studying at SCAG, considering that drought and the low water supply we're seeing from the Colorado River, I wanted to ask our council if we can direct staff to look at some stronger regulations as far as desert landscaping for future residential developments. If we're growing and adding more homes, I don't think it's going to be sustainable to keep using as much water as we have been using per home. And we know about 70% of our water use in homes goes to landscaping. So I wanted to see if we can bring that item back for discussion to see if we can put some limits on how much turf we're putting in our new homes throughout the city.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Ortiz. I'm gonna take my mask off for this long report I have coming up. This morning, I had a homelessness committee meeting, the CVAC homelessness committee meeting, and I'll report on some of the things that we discussed, but I'm going to carry that into my public safety committee as well, because they kind of tie in with each other, the discussions. First off, CVAC now has a mobile outreach bus. So you might see a Coachella Valley Association of Governments bus out there working with the homeless folks. And I think this is important because moving forward, we all know the challenges we have with homelessness and chronic homeless in our communities. And the more resources we could get out there to make contact with folks, the more likely we could get them help and assistance. So that was good news. And also on our prior homelessness committee meeting, I became part of a ad hoc committee where we're looking at different policies, and what these policies are addressing some of our unsheltered chronic homeless folks who are reluctant to accept assistance. And we've looked at some other cities through California, Nevada, Washington, who are looking at these policies, and some received some pushback, but nonetheless, I boil it down to this. Is it humane for us to let folks who don't have the mental capacity to ask for help or accept help to remain on the street? And that's the challenge that I have. So it's a good discussion that we're having, addressing some of these folks. And I think it's important that we make the distinguishment of these folks, because we do have homeless folks, we have unsheltered homeless, and we have chronic, and we have housing reluctant, and what we're looking at. And we do have the CV200. And what the CV200 is, if you don't know, is the most contacted people in our valley. And we have a list of 200 folks where we're trying to get them into some transitional housing. We're trying to get them wraparound services. And we have a list, and we did get an update from our third quarter, and we're up to having 63 folks off the streets in permanent housing now after our third quarter. And that's big. And if we could get one person off the street, that's our goal. But we have 63 right now that we got permanent housing. So the program is working, and the committee has evolved to this. And it's such a complex topic because every case is different when we're dealing with folks. But what we're trying to look at now, how could we help our folks that we see every day, the folks that we know are on our street corner for 5 years, the same individual that we just drive by now and we're just used to seeing them on the corner. Well, we're at a point now in our country where we're bursting at the seams, and we have to look at other policy where we could get these folks help. And part of it falls on the policymakers to provide more housing, because without housing and services, we can't enact these policies. We can't even talk about it because they work parallel with each other. So we're looking at these policies in our community. Nonetheless, the goal is to get folks help, get folks a roof over their head. And those discussions are being had. And if you have input, I really like to hear about it, because I know it's a quality of life issue, but at the same time, when we go to some of our grocery stores, we see the same folks outside. We go to our intersections, we see the same folks asking for money. Instead of giving them money, we need to give them help. We need to give them resources. We need to get them a roof over their head. So that's the direction. Those are things that we're looking at on the committee. And it goes actually into my public safety committee. We had not a presentation, just an update from Sheriff Bianco. And those are some of the struggles throughout the county. It's just not Coachella Valley, it's just not Indio. So it's something that a lot of folks are looking at, and it's actually just dealing with these issues and having these discussions. And they're hard discussions to have. They're uncomfortable because we're dealing with rights, we're dealing with people on the street, but nonetheless, we need to have these discussions because, like I said, we're bursting at the seams. Fortunately, in the Coachella Valley, unlike some metropolitan cities, we have a lot of resources here. Indio itself has a lot of resources. I was in Los Angeles 2 months ago. I just went again 2 weeks ago, and I seen some of the encampments on the freeways that are gone. And some of the over-ramps, some of the encampments are gone. Venice Beach, some of the encampments are gone. And they're being very proactive on this. And it's a collaborative effort. It's not just enforcement. It's just not social services. It's a collaborative effort with our police, our fire, our rescue, our public services, our associations, our cities. So it's going to be a collaborative effort to work on this. But I think we're moving in the right direction. But like I said, if you have any input, please reach out to me and I'd like to hear it. I also had a RCTC, Riverside County Transportation Commission meeting. And we had a great presentation by Mr. Shelton Peterson on the Coachella Valley San Gorgonio Rail Project. And I just want to report that we're still in Tier 1, and we're turning in our option map of the city, of the project, and ending in Coachella. So they're looking at a few different options, but the stops as it is now is in Palm Springs area, coming down into the Palm Desert area, stopping in Indio, and ending in Coachella. And so the city has turned in a letter of support. I also submitted a letter of support, and we're looking forward to continue to work on this project and bringing rail to the city of Indio, which we know is important. We have to look at the future. Indio is growing, and we want to grow the right way. And transportation is in the front of this, infrastructure is on the front of it. But the more folks that we could get into our valley, to enjoy our valley and get them off the road, it's great. And so it's great to keep having these discussions. So that's the San Gorgonio Rail project. And those are all my commissions and boards, but now I'll move into the activities I took part of. It was mentioned already, we attended the Indio State of the City event at the Coachella Valley History Museum. Congratulations to all of the local business who were winners. It was a great event. Our chamber is doing a great job. They're so busy doing these state of the cities and doing these events. So hats off to them for doing a great job. And I just also want to tell, if she's watching, the mayor, Elaine Holmes, congratulations. She did an excellent job at the state of the city. And that was a great event. From there, I will go into a block of one day. And all these events took place in one day. And it was an honor to be there as a council member. First off, we had a bike run in our city by one of our local bike clubs, the 44 Blockheads. And it started over at Signature Truck and Auto over in Indio Boulevard. They had vendors. They had lots of visitors from all over the country, from New York, Florida, Texas. And they did a ride from Indio into Coachella and back. And I like to thank our police department and Ben Cutrone and our chief for working with them and making sure everybody stayed safe, and also collaborating with them and other folks who like to come into our city and do these type of events. We're working on planning and keeping everybody safe, and we want to continue to have these events. So we're looking forward to collaborating with the 44 Blockheads and other bike companies and folks who want to come in and do activities in our city, downtown, or do something like that. So I want to thank the police department for really stepping up front and keeping everybody safe. And I also want to mention that I spoke with the president, Abraham Lopez yesterday, and they are actually having a canned food and non-perishable food item drive this Saturday at TA over in Coachella by Spotlight 29 at 9 a.m. And all the items that collected will go to the narrow door here in the city of Indio. So hats off to them for that. From there, I went over to the Larson Justice Center and took part, along with Councilmember Ortiz, in the National Adoption Finalization event that took place. And it was 60 families who adopted children in our community, and that was great. And just to give you a little idea of our great community, because I was crushed for time, I only had enough time to attend 2 ceremonies. But while I was walking out, I was speaking to some of the families. And from behind me, I heard Mr. Wayman Furman, and I recognized that voice really well. It was my old principal from Indio Middle School, who was becoming a grandfather that day. So that just shows you the community that we have in the city of Indio. So it was a great event. Thank you to Riverside County Department of Public Services. Thank you to Supervisor Perez's office for inviting us, and congratulations to all the families. And it was such a great event to be part of. From there, I jumped in my truck that I only drive on the weekends and went over to the Indio corporate yard, where I visited the Indio sustainability event, which was another great event. And I really want to stress to the community, when we have these events, please come and dispose of your waste, or just come and see the operation, what goes on. You do not have to get out of your vehicle. You put your waste in your vehicle, they take it out, whether it's tires, whether it's oil, whether it's e-waste or shred. And I did have a big screen TV I needed to get rid of, and an old printer. And so I drove in, we took some photos really quick, and they took the waste, and I was on to my next stop. So thank everyone for putting that on, our sustainability committee and all the folks that were part of that. That was such a great event in our community, and I'm looking forward to doing that again, as well as the neighborhood cleanups. And then we heard the Yak talk about that. So those are coming up as well. From the sustainability committee, I went over to Rancho Mirage and visited the Desi Strong Foundation Walk Run for Kids. That was another great event in our community. And for just a quick recap, if you don't know, Desi was a child who was battling cancer. And I will say that she beat cancer. She may not be here presently, but her spirit is here. And she inspires so many folks in our community. And right now we're working on memorializing Desi in our community even further. And she's inspired so many from the day she started her journey until today. And so that was a great event. There were a lot of folks out there. I got to speak with Desi's parents and the foundation. And Desi's father is also a employee of the city of Indio. So it was great to go out there, and hats off to the foundation for doing that and supporting the battle against cancer. Then I returned back to Indio, and he reminds me, this is just one day. The Indio Barbecue Championship, like I said, we spoke about earlier, great event. Hats off to the chamber, everyone that was part of that. Jim, that was such a great event, and I had the opportunity to speak, and I upped the ante a little bit. I said I wanted to do it 2 days, and I know it's gonna, city's gonna have to support that a little bit. But I think it's an opportunity that we could look at, as Councilmember Miller said, maybe we need to move it. Maybe we need to expand it. The potential is there to do some really great things with that, because towards the end of it, it looked like folks really wanted to stay a little bit longer. I know I did. And so the food was excellent. The entertainment was excellent. Chamber did a great job. And like I said, the Chamber's been so busy, and for them to do all the state of the cities for all the valley and also hold these events was great. Hats off to them. Then I went over to the CV History Museum and was there for the Day of the Dead event, a fundraiser. It was great. Hats off to the museum. And like it was mentioned earlier, if you haven't been to the museum, you got to go. You got to go. So much great history in our community, and they have much more. They just don't have the space. They do have some more projects coming. I won't speak on those because they'll tell you about that. But if you go down there, I guarantee you'll be pleased. It was a great event. I'm looking forward to that, even working with the museum on their fundraiser and expanding it maybe to downtown. That might be a possibility as well. So that was great. And after that, I moseyed over to our sister city, Coachella, and went to say hello to some of our friends over there at their Day of the Dead event. I think it's important that we do that. We support our neighboring cities. This day is celebrating folks who have passed, family members, community members, and there were a lot of folks who were tied to other communities. So it was great to go over there to be part of their event as well. My 5-year-old was out there dancing. There was great entertainment as well. So it was a great day. Since our last meeting, we had a great 2 weeks, but I want to put this out there as well. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes when we're doing these events, whether it's a bike run, whether it's a barbecue championship, whether it's a fundraiser. And in the middle of that, one of the events, I looked out and I seen our police and our fire. So I want to say thank you to our public safety community, our first responders, our police, our chief, our fire, for working behind the scenes, doing these preventative measures to keep us all safe. When you don't hear of any incidents or anything that happens, it's because of preventative measures. It's not just because of presidents, it's preventative measures. So our police and fire work night and day behind the scenes to make sure that we're all safe. And I want to thank them for that. And that will conclude my report. But I do have a request, city manager, something that we could look at, maybe our public works. And I could keep going about public works. They're doing an excellent job. But I want to ask if we could look at, maybe this is police or public works, but speed bumps. I'm getting reports of speed bumps on Burr Street. And I know we addressed some of those issues with enforcement and some signs out there, but I'm still getting the reports. And also Garden Street. So Burr Street and Garden Street, if we could look at that. And that would conclude my report. So we will move on to our, what's this?
And I asked if we can get council consensus to look at the turf restrictions
Okay,
during my report.
okay. Councilmember Ortiz is asking if we can get direction or consensus on restrictions on the turf for the new developments. So
I don't have a problem. I know we did it when we did the last one. We talked about cutting it back, and I think we do have some rules and regulations. I see Ray's here, but I don't have a problem looking at it again as long as it's, meets the needs of the residents when we're doing it. But yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
City needs the lead, though.
yeah, I'm okay with it. Maybe you could report. on
We'll proceed with something next month. I know Ray's got a couple of presentations planned for meetings next week, so we can incorporate that discussion in those.
The city manager, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There are quick items, but first I want to invite Gopi from CUSP to provide an update and get us all excited about the Tamale Festival that's coming up the first weekend in December. So Gopi, and we do have a PowerPoint he'll go through quickly, and he'll be available for any questions you might have.
Evening. Evening. Thank you. Thank you, council members, city staff, the community, City of Indio. We've been working really hard these last 3 months to produce the Tamale Festival in coordination with the community, local businesses, stakeholders. Honestly, it's been an honor and a privilege. Like, it's given us an opportunity to really invest ourselves in local groups, local organizations, their missions. Like, it's really given us an opportunity to go headfirst in Indio has to offer. And I think that's gonna really show itself in even years to come. And so here to give you guys everyone a status on where we're at with the event, and in anticipation in a few weeks, December 4th and 5th, having the entire community out. We've been busy at work over the last 3 months or so since we last seen each other. We've been coordinating with city staff, law enforcement, fire, health, safety, as well as hundreds of vendors, and coordinating staffing, programming for the event. We in the first few months took a lot of time to dig in, do our research, do discovery and diligence on operations and executions of past, so we can learn from that moving forward. Worked with city staff to create a brand guideline that will instruct the sort of visual language of the event this time and maybe years to come, and introduce that into our marketing, and working to book staff and vendors, assets, resources for the execution of this event. To be frank and honest, this is a challenging environment to operate in with COVID and compression in events and resources, but we've been lucky to have a really dedicated production team that has been putting all the pieces together and has great established relationships here in the community, and city staff's been supporting the whole way. So about a month ago, we started rolling out a marketing campaign, which you'll see some more detail on. Started with a save the date to just introduce everybody back to the event and welcome them back. And more recently, we've announced the broader plan of talent and entertainment. We have weeks ahead of us where we're doing a lot of vendor coordination, mapping, communication with local law enforcement and authorities to be prepared. And lots of people are making lots of tamales over Thanksgiving break. So it's been a really fun journey. I have, the whole team out here where every day right now, everyone's pushing and activating to make sure that we have a fantastic event. Some of the things that we talked about in promoting the Tamale Festival to the community in the region beyond, we're well in motions of. We figured out some really fun, exciting things to announce. We'll see some more detail on that. The press community has been very supportive in coverage from here in the Coachella Valley with local radio and television and print, even into the region with the Press Enterprise and SoCal News Group. We've been putting out content and updates on social media. Instagram has a whole slate of, photo references and updates through the course of the time. We've built a text message list that has actually gotten very popular, in which the residents can get SMS text messaging from the event about updates and talent. And that's been a really great mode of communication because you can actually talk back to that. And that goes to our coordinators and our info communication channels. So, we talked about creating digital assets for this event this time and for years to come, and building a platform that we can continue growing this on for years. So, on the left, you see, some looks at the website. It's mobile optimized. We created digital forms and applications to digitize the onboarding for our vendors. We have confirmed nearly 130 vendors, and we're still going into it more and more to invite everyone that has an interest to participate. On the right, you see a little traditional, user journey on, texting our phone number, which is 888-760-0017. You can text Tamale to that to stay updated on what we got to announce still, set times and stages and maps. There's still some fun things coming out. Music and attractions, wanted to share with everyone the general layout of the event and some of the programming that will be included in that. This is a layout that we've been working in coordination with city staff and law enforcement on, building on the legacy of how people have milled through the event and things that were changing. But generally, most of the experiential areas are pretty much akin to what they've been in the past, maybe some different types of programming. At the south east section of the event, between Civic and SMER, that's where we have a lot of our attractions, and we'll go into more details from carnival rides to Michelada, beer garden, some luchador wrestling, and an extraordinary bounce house. So that we're really centralizing some of the food that's family friendly and attractions into that area. And then as we go north, we have a Mercado just here north here of City Hall, and we're working with CV Harvest Box for a farmers market integration, almost 20 independent retail craft vendors. And I think we're creating a nice presentation around that with some decor we'll see. We're bringing in Carros Bailando, a concept we talked about last time, which, DJs, show cars, and we'll also be introducing roller skating into that experience. So you'll be able to bring your own skates or rent skates, and it'll be like a roller disco. As we move around, we have our second stage area. We're calling that Viva Park. We have some great sponsor partners here local in the city of Indio and partners that are really enhancing our experience. Tamale Plaza is a nice food and a beverage area open to all that. We'll have a sort of increased production and a wide selection of tamales. And Vallarta's Supermarkets is our partner, and they're going to be doing a lot of incredible programming in that area for us that we'll talk about. We're bringing back over a dozen food trucks, and then we have our main stage area, the Fantasy Spring stage, and we've booked a bigger and badder stage that will be, I think, pretty impressive, and we're creating a small VIP area for our sponsor partners and local stakeholders. So similar experiential areas, a little bit different programming. The boring stuff behind the scenes, these are the maps that we work with. So we've AutoCAD'd the entire downtown area, which means with precision, we are accounting for every square foot of this place. This impacts the event greatly. This is how we plan resources, what we're renting, staffing, how we plan operationally from safety and law enforcement mechanism. So this is a great asset that we're really proud of for years to come that will continue, I think, enhancing this event into the future and a big sort of a critical tool in how we coordinate. We've announced some programming and talent. We've been really lucky to have some support from some local coordinators, Palma City Productions, that have really given us a real direct line and grassroots organizing to local bands and local community groups like dance groups that we've incorporated into the programming. As we promised before, we wanted to do some great regional talent, and we wanted to create platforms for local artists. We have over a dozen groups on the bill here from the Coachella Valley. Half of those have members from the city of Indio as well. And on the touring side, we wanted to make sure that we had music that was representative and would drive the whole family here. So we got cumbias, indie rock, oldies, a cover band of the Smiths, DJs, we also took some care in making sure we were inviting some adjacent communities like bands from Calexico, bands from Tucson into the region, because I think we have a lot to share with them and vice versa. And then obviously local dance groups, some of the local cultural dance groups that will be from Ballet Folklorico to some of the indigenous dance groups, programming them into the experience too. And this poster was designed by Freddie Blue Hill Studios. His printing shop is right into the footprint of the event, and he's helping us even curate local curated merchandise program where we'll be live screening some Tamale Festival merchandise, t-shirts and tote bags that are all designed by women artists actually here. So great participation from local friends. And I know a lot of people are asking about the pan dulce. We wanted to create something that was really fun and inviting and maybe welcoming and something that, you know, people felt really fond about, you know. So this was our opportunity to show people that, you know, we wanted to, you know, think about the culture that we're serving here, and the local artist community that is also presenting this vision for us. Some of the bands that we're talking about, and you know, we're really excited. I think there's going to be something for everyone in the mix, and a healthy mix of English and Spanish language, young and old. So excited for that. Some looks at the decor that we'll be having in different areas, from the beverage areas to the streets to the Mercado. This is all done in conjunction with Scene Creative from here in the Coachella Valley. And they've been buying truckloads of piñatas lately. So they're out there. Again, can't thank Fantasy Springs enough for coming back as a major sponsor of the Tamale Fest. They've been the legacy partner here, and they jumped on the opportunity to support again. And there will be the Fantasy Springs stage. They'll be our stage partner and help us roll out all the talent and supporting that in a big way. So much thanks, and we're really looking forward to continuing to grow that relationship with them. Very proud to have a new partner into the mix, Vallarta Supermarkets, your new local grocery store. I actually just happened in there once and was amazed by the creative and display of the store there. And we reached out, and they really jumped on the opportunity to be a part of this. And we're very happy with that. Not only are they supporting as a major partner, they are also digging into the programming of the event as well. So they're offering over 8 different styles of tamales themselves. They'll be offering a salsa bar where you can take your tamales from anywhere and jazz it up. And they'll also be integrated into our VIP area for our sponsors and friends, where they'll be offering, for Salulita Tap Room is the beverage area of their supermarket. So we'll be branding that for them. They'll be doing signature cocktails and a whole slew of appetizers, a chavela, and really just great. Like, they're really throwing all their chefs and artists at it. It's like such a great collaboration. Moving on, Viva Park. This is where we're going to put a lot of our bands. It's going to be a fun, creative energy, I think, for the youth out here. Tons of some really great local talent that stepped up to the plate and actually been super helpful in promoting each other and the whole concept. So we're going to be really happy to have them on Viva Park. We have a community stage. Chavez Buick GMC is going to be supporting us and presenting the community stage. Very helpful group. You know, we're excited to have this. We're going to have Indio High School doing a rally, Shadow Hills, some dance performances, some more local performances, the tamale eating contest, the judging contest. So this is and then we'll have even some presence from, I think, Indio PD and the city there as well. So, you know, this is a really fun place that we're going to make sure that everyone sort of gets a stage and a voice here, and still open to some ideas. Michelada Rumble, new concept and sort of thinking about how we're serving the whole family again. We have over 6 michelada vendors coming to the event, and they'll largely be in this area. You'll buy like a nice garnish cup, you'll take it over to the beverage area, and they'll pour your beer. And these things like there's like a agua chiles one, there's like a one with clams, like they're quite fancy things. And in the context of that, we'll be doing 4 hours of luchador wrestling each day, about 6 matches a day, 19 different wrestlers, men's and women's and doubles and rumbles. And it's like quite theatrical, you know? So we're very happy. This is going to be free and open to everybody. And it's going to be adjacent to our bounce house. And those are actual pictures of the Michis and the wrestlers. Mercado, we have nearly 30 vendors already confirmed for the Mercado. 15 or so of them, local growers, farmers. CV Harvest Box came on to really support with coordination and curation of the local produce offered here. So very happy to sort of have this experience and sort of centralize it in a way that, you know, hopefully nice to peruse. Super excited about Big Bounce America. It's the world's largest bounce house. This thing is quite the attraction. It's 100 feet by 100 feet, 13,000 square feet, 40 feet tall, 50 air blowers, comes in on a 53-foot truck. You know, this thing is going to be in a massive environment for attendees to have 25-minute sessions in this experience. You can do almost 200 people a session, and we'll be operating at 8 hours a day. This is a ticketed and timed experience. So you sign up for an appointment and you purchase a ticket to experience this. And it's just quite fantastical. I mean, there's a DJ in it, there's confetti blasters, basketball courts. Like, I'm really excited to share this and just continue thinking about new family attractions. In addition to the attractions, you know, we'll be offering a wristband day pass, so you can get on the bounce house or the carnival rides or the roller skating. So just centralizing that operation out of a box office and advanced ticketing, so that, you know, you can set it and forget it and go experience for the day as you need. And roller skating is going to be a fun experience in the context that we're creating, and bringing back about 7 carnival rides, a little merry-go-round, little Ferris wheel, things like that. And then our dance area, which will have the roller skating, a car show from the local car groups, a DJ. I mean, we hope we're really going to keep the pulse in this area for the event, and we're going to be integrating the dance teams that need a lot of space into this area as well. So that's us in a nutshell. We've been really excited to coordinate with everybody where we're marketing the experience in a big way. We have a lot still rolling out, and we have a lot of programming, and we have more staffing on this than ever, from security to IPD to you know, everyone involved. So I really am happy and confident that we're going to execute something great, and we're going to have a lot to learn from and stand on for years to come.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Any questions of Gopi?
I don't know about what. Amazing. Thank you very much. I'm speechless. That's quite an accomplishment. So
Well, we still have to execute some, but thank you. Yeah.
I have no doubt that you'll do it. Very, very well thought out, and looking forward to it. And I have a feeling this is just a start. So thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
Looking
Thank you for the
forward to seeing it.
Yeah, I think that you guys did a great job on the marketing side of it. And I do see people sharing, you know, all over the place. I've been seeing it everywhere. So
Good.
And I'm excited about the artist lineup, because I've been hearing about that from a lot of people as well. So
Awesome.
people are really happy with that.
Thank you.
And glad to see the good mix of things, like you were saying, you know, and glad to see the local bands on there. And you're right, they're one of the ones that I hear from the most, right? They're the ones sharing it out there. So I'm happy to see that, because they're inviting more of our community to come out.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we want to inspire the next set of them for the next one too. You know? So I'm glad they've been participating in a big way.
So thank you for giving those opportunities to our local bands. They really appreciate that. The live screen printing, that sounds like it's going to be great. You know, I think that'll increase some of your sales there for sure. That's that experience, right, that everybody's looking for. And Blue Hill's a great artist there too. So glad to see that he's involved as well. And
Wayman and Glenn said that they wanted to see if it's too late to get into the Lucha Libre competition.
Oh, yeah. We can make a belt. You guys can wrestle for it. Yeah.
Well, as long as you have the medics there for me.
Oh, yeah, they're right across the way.
Okay. Gopi, I want to thank you for this. A couple of things. I want to thank you for incorporating our locals, our local vendors, our local talent, our schools. You guys have your boots on the ground, so I appreciate that. And we're looking forward to it. The community is very excited about this. I know Chief Tully back there has seen that bounce house, and he's looking forward to it. But the community's excited. Everybody's excited to get back out and do this and do it safely and expand on it. I want to also put this in your back pocket for next year and future years. Part of this is not only keeping it what we have, but expanding. And folks are asking me about a parade.
Yeah.
And so I said this year, maybe not this year, right? But in the future, we'll look at that, because I think this event, matter of fact, let me rephrase it. I know this event is going to be great, and we're looking forward to that. And I want to ask Councilmember Amit if she has any comments or questions of Gopi.
I have no questions. I just look forward to being there. Thank you very much.
Great. Before we move on, I'd like to ask our YAC president if she has any questions or comments.
Comments? I really like your slideshow. I really like it.
Thank you.
But I have no questions.
All right, thank you. So with that, before we move on, City Manager, I'd like to excuse Yak. Today is a weekday, and I don't want to be the reason why you're late for school tomorrow. So, so we'll go ahead and excuse you. Thank you, sir, for your presentation.
Thank you.
So, thanks. So just some more exciting things to discuss. Probably not quite as exciting. But yeah, what were we thinking? We shouldn't even have the rest of the meeting after that. But I wanted to update the council. You're certainly aware via email and our discussions, some of what's been discussed for downtown. So really the purpose of this is just to go through quickly some of what you've seen via email, expose it to some to the public. What I think that does is it opens up the opportunity for additional input, ideas, different concepts. So as I go through some of these, if you have some input, please let me know. Knowing that time's limited and we have a business meeting here shortly, some of that input you might have, you could email to me, as well as members of the public. The exciting aspect of this is that the time is now. We just went through a discussion of what the Tamale Festival will be. As successful as it has been, it's even going to be better. And even the next year can be better. Our downtown has a future. It's had a past and it has a future, and we believe the time is now as well. I just want to talk quickly about the living room event park discussion. This really came about through the discussions before my time here in the downtown specific plan, that there needed to be a park downtown called a living room, family room, whatever it might be, that would bring people downtown for various events and opportunities. It's a smaller venue than something like the Tamale Festival overall concept, but it's something that can be done, used frequently to bring people downtown. We've discussed some facade improvements, and I wanted to throw in a quick discussion of some historical markers. There are 3 buildings going down right now that have unfortunately needed to come down because of their unsafe condition. One of them was burned. And I just want to touch on that quickly. So this event park, we're fortunate to have a local landscape architect, the Herman Group, assist us in a discussion to help orient you. Smurf Street's there on the right, miles across the top where that white block is. That is the proposed location for the park. I guess historically there was an old hotel there. Bringing it in a little bit closer, the idea there, whatever that concept shelter would be, or a stage shelter, there's one conceptually depicted there. The stage would be there at the park, a restroom behind it, and some amphitheater type seating. Most of those palm trees that have been there historically could remain. This is the rendering. What's proposed at this point is turf seating rather than concrete seating. There may be some temperature issues with the concrete. This is less expensive, but it would be dug into the turf, the stage set a little bit lower, though the performers, a little hard to tell, but there's a concrete pad in front of the stage where you could do some dancing and other elements, special events. Perhaps the one on the lower right corner depicts best what you can see. Again, the park is essentially there now. This would improve it and develop it in such a way that we could have these downtown events. We've talked about having at least one a month, but there certainly would be much more, particularly with the restaurants coming in nearby. So again, trying to just kind of cast this concept out there, not only for the council, obviously as the policymakers, but those that may be watching and participating, to let us know of any ideas they have. I just want to draw a little bit of attention to that shelter. I call it a shelter, but it's the stage cover. There are a few options to look at here. The one on the left is essentially what was in that sketch, but there are other variations of those. I think this is a critical component to create a sense of place there rather than something temporary. There is some expense here, obviously, but with it can come the proper lighting and sound and electrical load, where bands such as Avenida Music and AMP and the high schools could just plug in and be a part of that entertainment venue in the downtown, bringing parents, grandparents, and others to come watch, as well as other events and DJs, as well as live performances. So before moving on to that next concept, Mayor Pro Tem, if there's maybe some initial thoughts from any of the council. Otherwise, it really was intended to just kind of throw it out there, not really a public hearing at this point. But if there's any initial comments or direction as we continue to evaluate this project, this would be a good time.
Council?
The only question I have is, would it be better to use trees that would provide more shade than the palm trees?
That's certainly something to evaluate. I know with regard to the shelter, the idea avoid the sun, the performers or the attendees from facing the sun, so you see the orientation. Some more shade trees would be helpful, obviously. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. Councilmember Amit.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The only comment I have is to make sure that it's open on all four. We previously had a stage at Miles Park for many years that we had to demolish because it was inhabited by homeless and illegal transactions. So we have to be cautious that whatever we do put on is transparent and friendly to the environment. I know you want to protect whatever AV equipment you choose to install, but that too is going to have to be something that is embedded in the structures to protect it from vandalism and theft. This is just an area that unless you have 24-hour security, it's going to be very difficult to maintain a structure there. That's it.
And I just chiming in on that, I should have addressed another proposed amenity. The lower left-hand corner on your screen, you actually see a very low fence there. The intent is actually to fence the site. Now that wouldn't prevent really people from hopping over it. We don't want it to look like a prison or anything like that, but it would allow the security that we do have downtown as well as law enforcement. If the event is going on and it's not the time for someone to be in there, we can easily move them out. So that would be part of the intent is of that fencing that intentionally you can't really see, but it's going to provide somewhat of a protection. And we've learned the more we activate what goes on here, we'll be able to limit some of the concerns that she wisely mentions.
Councilmember Miller.
Yeah, I like the concept, and I think Loopy hit on a couple of them. Oscar hit on a couple too. I would do the shade trees, but make sure they're non-deciduous. They're gonna, shed leaves. But the palm trees should go out through the middle. If you're really going to utilize the space, you don't want to have blockage of people being able to see from different areas going around it. And then we should talk to Golden Voice and other people that have done this, so they have advice on what we can really do to utilize to make sure that we do it the right way. It's going to be an open area. I like the way it sits up. You're never going to get it out of the sun, and we're not going to be able to use it during certain times of year. So to put a bunch of shade trees in there that will not grow the grass or will be wet or other stuff will defeat the purpose of using it when you really need it most. So I think we need to go to our partners and see what they're doing to make sure it works right. But I love the concept and I think it's something we can utilize. I also like to see, and this is different discussion for different thing. We have Doug York Park that's a little further down, and I love Doug York. He was a good friend. But it's the park is obsolete, not used. We might want to see what we can do of incorporating that, utilize that vital corner for something else, and maybe incorporating it into this or his park somewhere. But it's just not a park of utilization or need.
So I'm glad you mentioned that, because one of the items on the agenda tonight is talking about that space behind the chamber that's a piece of turf that really is not utilized.
Yeah.
That ties York to this location. And so the public art proposal that you'll hear later tonight might help alleviate or at least address some of that concern. See if we can't tie some activity to that York location to this living room park. Entertainment.
As long as, because we have IPAC, which has limited parking. We have that space there that's got a gazebo it was well thought out to honor a man that's done a lot for our community.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not a good location for a park and what it is. If we can incorporate it into something great, because we're trying to make some great things in downtown, and the more we can invest in it, the more we can tie it together, the better off we are. But we want to make sure it makes sense too, that if it's a great space and that's on the very corner next to one of our great restaurants, Connortano, been there for many years. And as things are getting knocked down, unfortunately, because of the fire, it opens up opportunities. And that is on the very vital corner. There's no parking, there's no use for it. And it's used a lot by homeless. I mean, that's not the main reason. It's just not a park that anybody's going to really go in. It's a gazebo in a right circle.
We need to activate it somehow.
Can we activate it to make it a better part of our community so that our residents can utilize it? Thank you.
I just like to say that, first of all, I love the idea. I think it's part of our growth. And are there challenges in growth sometimes? Absolutely. But we have to meet that challenge. And I spoke about that earlier in my report. There's things I think it's the onus on us as the policymakers to work with our local nonprofits, our faith-based communities, our organizations to get these folks assistance. It's not our families' fault that we can't have these things because of those issues. So I think we need to address those, whether it's housing, whether it's social services, we need to address that. I don't want to stop any kind of momentum that we have in our city from doing something like this. Now, this is conceptual. Now, there's things that we could work on in the shade. I think we look at some of our neighboring cities who have things like this already. We could look at shade, we could look at the stage, but starting off, I think it's an excellent idea. I think we're moving forward in a great direction. It's unfortunate that we're seeing buildings demolished, but after we demolish it, what's coming next? Look at our parking lots, look at our tamale festivals coming. Things are moving. So I'm excited about this. I'm excited about some of the restaurants that are coming downtown. I know a lot of folks have seen in the media, some folks who are coming downtown. So there's a lot of progress. We just need to grow, and we need to grow right. And we'll work with our police department, our code enforcement. We have the College of the Desert expansion. They also have a public safety department. I think that we could probably collaborate with them as well. But I think we need to do everything behind the scenes we can to improve the quality of life of our residents. And this is part of it. So I appreciate you bringing that to us. And I love the idea.
Great. Well, that part of the effort as well, we've enlisted the help of a local architect, Robert Yakas, to help us with some concepts for city-owned buildings that might enliven. You mentioned Mayor Pro Tem restaurant located near this park, adjacent to it. That's one of those that we own that will need a new facade, and there are other facilities as well. So here's some concepts. Again, we're not looking for any final decisions here, but trying to throw it out, knowing that the architecture for most of what was there is mid-century modern, which is part of what the Coachella Valley is known for. And so the color scheme and palette, you see here, many colors, but they're a unique color scheme. And the thought is to add some color to the buildings that are located downtown. Now, this is a dramatic view. This is not downtown Indio, but I only show it to show what other communities across the country are doing to add a little bit of oomph. It's aggressive, it's on the edge. We're not proposing quite to go this far, nor is the architect, but it gives you some idea of how fun this look can be. Probably moving away from the concept of Old Town historic to more of again, kind of a mid-century modern fun feel. And so here's just one example. This is the Tangi building where the restaurants are going in that we've discussed and have been recently announced. Again, I apologize. It may not wow you the next view of what we're proposing because it lacks signage and some life. It's just conceptual. Excuse me. But it brings in a yellow, a black, a gray, some additional facade. And they will be using some different frontage for each of the restaurants, even some roll-up doors to allow indoor, outdoor eating and movement. But there's a view of that one, for example. We call that the Tangi building. Just down the way and across the street, we call this the Skarna. This is the corner of Miles in town. Here's a concept which, again, adds some more color without perhaps all the way in your face, so to speak. This building, unfortunately, is in very poor shape, but this is merely paint. So in a very inexpensive way, we can add some life and color to what's going on. And if over time it doesn't quite hit the color scheme, and certainly it's not inexpensive to paint, but it's easy to paint over again if we wanted to change that scheme or find other users. This is, we call this the J-Mart building. This is moving down toward Oasis and Miles, again, a city-owned property, adding some color. It's kind of the salmon and mid-century green, I'll call it, with a little bit of other facade treatments. We have restaurants and other coffee shop, others looking at this location right now as well, just not yet announced. So there's some privately owned properties, the Johnson Photo Building. This was mentioned also at the State of the City. Local restaurant wants to add another location, the Pueblo Viejo folks. So again, on the left side, you see what it looks like now, preserving some of what's there, the mural as well, but adding some other pop and color. I think I might have one more. This is also a private building going down Oasis, heading south. Currently, it's vacant and not in good shape, but again, adding some color in a very inexpensive way, but giving some life and activity and something to look at in a way that's a little more pleasing than what exists now. So, and just kind of general comments there. Do you think we're on the right track to try to throw some paint on some of these buildings? Give the hope and future that they will be occupied, as we know some of them are already signed, sealed, and delivered. Any general comments on those?
I have no other comments, Councilman.
I like the concept in that. And we'll go back to the buildings though. You know, we've destroyed a lot of our buildings because we've always kept continuing to say that they're in poor shape. But by the time we tear them down or they burn down or whatever, we could have sold them to somebody and have them retrofitted. The cost of building a new building nowadays, especially with the soaring cost of materials and that, doesn't not fit into when we have White Steel and others that could retrofit some of these buildings and save them. A lot of them have basements, a lot of them have lofts. I think we really need to look at them before they deteriorate more to see if there's somebody out there would really like to purchase one of them and fix it instead of knocking them down. You know, the old theater was beyond repair, but the Elks building wasn't. And some of the other buildings we've had out here, we've always continued to think that, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, that somebody's going to come in and build brand new. Well, it's not that cheap anymore building brand new, and especially with the infrastructure they have to do and the new safety rules that have been put in by the state of California, it's not that cheap. And some of these buildings we could have retrofitted a few years ago for $200,000 and kept them, and they burned down. It cost us $250,000 to tear it down. So I think we need to look at some of these buildings, and if they're unsafe, but see if there's somebody out there that might want to purchase it, because they said the same thing about the old Johnson Photo Building. And here we are, it's going to be a Tapas and Beer, and it, you know, got purchased by an outside organization who then sold it to somebody else, and it's going to make it into something, and they were able to save it. So there might be some people out there that are willing to invest in a beautiful building, especially with the loft and everything else. So before we write some of these off, I think we need to look at opportunities. So that's just my 2 cents on it. That's me speaking for myself.
Well said. And this is an example. Somebody purchased this building a couple of years ago. It's not in real good shape, and it's going to take quite a bit to get it to where it needs to be. But we already have somebody willing to lease it from us that we've heard about in the news, and it's going to be a fantastic location for at least 3 restaurants. So, Great. I don't know if there's any other just general comments at this point.
Yeah, and I agree with looking at, restoring the buildings, but also this might be a good way to get that interest there, right? Making them at least look good on the outside, by making them a little more attractive to people to come check out and look into them and see what the pricing is. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I'm not the best person to ask about the color schemes, but yeah.
Good. You colorblind like the chief?
And I agree. I mean, I think with Oscar, but it's like I said, we have white steel. It'll cost us a fortune to retrofit it, but it's not going to cost an individual what it's going to cost us, because we have to pay prevailing wage. Somebody buys that building for a good cost. Obviously, we can take that into effect that they have to fix it. They can get a better deal of working with white steel or somebody like that. I'm not talking local companies that could retrofit it. Now it's not as expensive, or is that compared to us? Yes, us, whole different ballgame, paying prevailing wage. But somebody out there else might want to, and if they got the right decision, good investment. Downtown Indio is a good investment.
It's happening.
Just moving. We're moving. I want to ask Councilmember Hamid if she had another comment or question. I seen her hand was raised.
Yes, I like the conceptuals. I like the color schemes. I just want staff to keep in mind that we've already invested a considerable amount of money in the downtown. For example, the pedestrian breezeways between the buildings that are, I don't know if they're pavers or if it's stamped concrete, that kind of tie the spaces together. Just make sure that everything at the end of the day isn't conflicting as far as style. And that might be a way to connect the spaces. We were talking earlier about how York Park seems to be disconnected from the general downtown area. You might be able to connect these spaces with either painted walkways or breezeways or some kind of connecting pathways that will lead an individual from one space to the next space to the next space, but keeping in mind the overall color scheme, whatever the color scheme is that we end up going with. But I do like the conceptual. I think it fits. It is reminiscent of the early days of the downtown area, but just be cautious to incorporate what we've already invested. Take a look at those breezeways. I think they're more, I don't think they're in style with mid-century modern, but if there's some way to paint them or make them tie into what you're proposing here, then of course that will work. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember. I just want to say, I'm not, like Councilmember Ortiz said, I'm not the guy to ask colors. I'm more just a black and white guy, but this is fresh, it's new, and it's innovative. And that's something we need. I think we have to think outside of the box, because what we've been doing in the past just hasn't worked. And it was common earlier that we need to invest. Well, these are our buildings. I think we should invest in it. Now, I'm not a planner, but I know our planning team is out there working real hard, and they're going to bring us some good stuff. So I definitely support it. Downtown is a great area to come in and invest in. As you can see, the things that we're talking about in our community, the things that are happening. I mean, we haven't been this busy in a long time. I've been here 41 years, and some of us here have been here longer than that. And to see some of these things happening now, the momentum, I think is great, and it's promising. And so I appreciate the work from planning. I appreciate the city manager bringing this to us, and I'm looking forward to those business owners and developers to come in, and now we have historical markers while we still respect our history, and we work on some of our art. We got an item on the agenda tonight that's very exciting. So it's just not our downtown living room. It's just not the buildings. We have a plan. There's a matrix to this, and I just ask the public to trust us. And there's some good things happening. So thank you, City Manager, if you want to continue.
Yeah, this just to wrap up, and thank you for that, because that's a good segue to the public chiming in as they can. And as we throw some of this up on social media, even those, again, watching can provide some input. But some buildings have come down, and cities have done, it's nothing novel. Perhaps the QR code component is a little bit novel, but where we could identify where a building may be, and we've put some different color on it, or a building no longer exists, we can identify its history and probably not have as much detail in my mindset here of what it is, but have the QR code that so many of us are familiar with. And you lay that QR code down, and you have all kinds of historical photos, like all kinds of background and history A few of you have mentioned the museum that has, great photographs and history from those that used to operate these businesses and their ancestors, their descendants rather. So a concept at some expense, but perhaps if there's small markers that we could put around the downtown area to bring back some of that heritage and remind us of those. And you see those little QR codes. Some of those might be on a new building. Some of them could be on a pedestal, on a granite rock. But if the concept makes sense, we could get some pricing for this. Again, if there's support while we're in the process, I think this helps us preserve some history as we move ahead.
I just like to say, I think that's a great idea, especially with the downtown living room. That was, I believe, the Hotel Indio, correct? And so some of our new generations don't know what was there or know our history. So to be able to be at an event downtown and put your cell phone, and we live in a digital age, to where you could see you're standing at a location that's historical to our city. I think this is great. So great.
I think for me, it's going to depend on the price tag there, right? Because I know we're still working on the murals and the strategic plan from the Art Commission. So if it depends on the price tag for me on this one.
We'll get some pricing unless there's any. Well, great. I think that's good input again.
I have some comments.
Amit has a question. Yeah.
Again, going back to keeping in style with what we've already invested, taking a look at the center one, the green one, that one seems to match the lamp posts that we've already put up, which we invested a lot of money in. But the lamp posts don't necessarily match the design concepts of the mid-century modern. So again, we have conflicting styles that we're going to have to reconcile. Personally, I do like the photo board. Not everybody walks around with their iPhone. There's still some old-fashioned people that just want to read and take a nice walk and enjoy the art in the downtown area. The QR code on the corner is helpful. But I don't think we should solely rely on QR code. We're not that metropolitan of an area yet. So again, be careful with matching styles in the downtown area, because we did invest a significant amount of money in the early 2000s down there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
With that, that's my report. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That was a great report. Very exciting stuff that we're looking at with our Tamale Festival, our event park, and our facade program. So we're definitely moving with a lot of momentum in our city, and it's exciting stuff. So with that, we'll move on to our next item, which is item 9, our consent calendar. And if there's any discussion or anything needs to be pulled, if not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar A through G as presented.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Could I get a vote?
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Amit.
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Furman.
Aye, it passes unanimously. Thank you. So our next item is item number 10, administrative items. And we'll start with item A, which is an agreement between the city and Golden Voice LLC for the installation, display, and long-term loan of the colossal cacti art piece. And that will be by our planning.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and good evening, members of the council. My name is Kayala Mayer. I'm the Senior Economic Development Analyst. And as City Manager and Council Member Miller had mentioned earlier this evening about the outdoor living room space, I'm excited to bring some light at the end of the tunnel this evening. But before, I have a PowerPoint presentation I'd like to present to you, but before I begin my presentation, I'd like to first thank architectural designer Andrew Kovacs, who came here this evening from Los Angeles, and Paul Clemente, Director of Coachella Music and Arts Festival, for being here and their ongoing support for tonight's agenda item. The Economic Development Department is asking for approval to install, display, and agreed to a long-term loan of a portion of the colossal cacti art piece designed by Andrew. Just a little history. Andrew is a Los Angeles-based designer and is a current educator at USC. His work on architecture and urbanism has been published widely, including the New York Times, Metropolis, and The Real View. His art pieces have also been widely viewed on social media feeds. Kovacs Design Studio works on projects at all scales, from books, exhibitions, temporary installments, interiors, homes, architectural proposals, and public architecture competitions. Their mission is not trying to bring people to architecture, but rather bring architecture to the people. This runs through everything they do. The recent design work of Kovacs includes this permanent and public interactive installation in Athens, Georgia, called Rainbow Forest, which was installed in August of 2021. Now, Kovacs' mission and design meets the criteria of Indio's general plan of 2040, which emphasizes on creating new growth areas together, reestablish the city's pedestrian-oriented downtown, enhance rich arts and cultural programs, and promote and encourage arts and entertainments, and bring arts, events, and attractions into Indio's residents, potential visitors, and business prospects. Now, staff has proposed the following location as shown on the left side of the screen, with parcel numbers ending in 47 and 48. The cacti range from 14 to 20 feet tall and 1,500 to 3,200 pounds. The 3 sculptures are constructed out of steel, and the idea was that they would be made permanent in a nearby city after Coachella. Now, Andrew has provided this image to show the public and the council the placement of each cacti, which will provide shade for visitors and festival goers during events or summer hot days. Now, the sculpture colors will remain the original colors as seen in this image. Golden Voice will refurbish them by removing all the reflectors, then repaint the cacti with automotive paint. Now, this image shows how each cacti has 2 steps leading up to the sculpture. Those will not be included in the installation. The installation and landscaping will be similar to the Sabarlake located at the Dr. Carry-On Park. Now, here's the cost breakdown for the 3 colossal cacti sculptures. The total cost would be $25,180 for a long-term loan agreement, and the loan term agreement is negotiable. There will be an annual maintenance fee of $5,000. However, considering the durability of the sculptures and the quality of paint, we may not have to even touch the maintenance fee every year, but it's in the budget breakdown just in case something does come up. Lastly, Team Indio and the Economic Development Department will continue to focus on the quality of life, create a lively sectional of entertainment, and expand the city of festivals. We believe that Andrew's artwork is a part of the team's goals and the general plan of 2040. With your approval this evening, we'd like to move forward with this installation and let the colossal cacti sculptures be part of the success story of our downtown activation and enlivenment project. And this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, or if you have questions for Andrew or Paul, they're also here as well.
A great presentation. I'll move on to council. Do you have any questions? Questions? I don't have a, do you want to?
I think the only question that I've already talked to the city manager about this is, we have a strategic plan that was approved by the Public Arts Commission. And so we're still waiting on that plan to come forward to city council. And, you know, I know they approved this already, so I'm okay with that, but I think we do need to see the strategic plan as soon as we can so that we can see the bigger picture of what we're doing with our art here in Indio. before we have any more big projects come in, so that we can, just have the bigger vision of where we're going and make sure that these decisions are a little more informed. But I think, I know they approved this already, but I think going forward, I would like to see the strategic plan as soon as we can.
Sure. Thank you.
Councilmember Amit? She don't comment?
That's okay. It was a mistake.
Okay, I just want to say I love the project. We made a commitment to be the city of festivals. And sometimes you don't get to experience those festivals and, in the summertime or there's not time for a festival. But we do have these art projects that we've been investing in our city. And something that I hold near and dear to me is making Indio a destination. Now, we live in the social media age, and we have visitors from all over the world. We have a lot of local youth. Our median age in the city is 36, 37 years old. This is another great art piece that's going to give folks opportunity to make memories, to bounce around our city, to take photos, post them, make Indio go worldwide, stay here for our festivals and our events, eat here, come downtown, park in that adjacent area, and go to Rincon with their parents. So I want folks traveling from Los Angeles to Arizona and back to stop in Indio so they could come down and take photos at our art projects and stop and eat at TKB. So I think this is a great project, and it's part of the whole formula of us getting our city together, and especially downtown. So as we continue on this path of talking downtown, this is another great mechanism that we could utilize to bring folks downtown. So I think it's great work by our planning and great collaboration with our partners. And I know they're on, I don't know if they have comments that they you have any comments? Or?
I think the artist is here.
Oh, the artist is here.
If he came all the way from LA, I'd love to hear it anyway.
Absolutely.
So if he'd come down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on down. Thank you for coming all the way down here. It's beautiful.
Hi, I'm Andrew.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Thanks for having this meeting. I just want to say that I think, public spaces, I think, is integral to a healthy community. And so the idea of this really is to sort of create like a kind of meeting space or gathering space for people. So thanks.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's good work. Good work. So that is if there's no further questions or comments,
I recommend a motion to approve the agreement with Golden Voice LLC for the installation, display, and long-term loan, a portion of colossal cacti art piece, and authorize the city manager and city attorney to finalize the terms of the agreement.
I'll second that.
We got a first by Councilmember Miller, second by Ortiz. Could I get a vote, please?
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Amit.
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Furman.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Thank
Good work.
you.
Thank you. All right. We'll move on to the next administrative item, which is item B, ordinance number 1766, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Indio, amending Chapter 37 of the Indio Municipal Code relating to short-term rentals, and that will be handled by our City Attorney, Roxanne Diaz, and Code Enforcement, Jason Anderson.
Thank you. City Clerk, am I able to do the PowerPoint from up here? If you can you do it? Because I know that there's probably a number of speakers. Oh, thank you.
Okay. I'll first. Yeah, and just in case.
This is what I use? Or Jason,
Are
do you
you
have
driving?
control? Well, you can drive. I'm happy
Okay.
for you to drive.
Okay.
I'm going to let Jason drive. He's a much better.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really just have a couple of slides in terms of what we discussed at the last time. My name is Roxanne Diaz, and I'm the city attorney. I'm going to just take this off. And at the last meeting, we had a discussion with respect to the short-term rentals, and council gave us some direction, so we can hit the next slide. And what we did was we revised the ordinance, taking into account some changes that the council desired, removed the requirement regarding the placement of the signage in the window, revised the language regarding gatherings at larger lot properties, and deleted the in-person and video check-in process. Next slide. In terms of the gathering on large lots, the new language essentially provides that on short-term rentals with lots that are greater than 14,500 square feet, a gathering can occur with persons without a special event permit. On lots that are smaller than 14,500 square feet, any gatherings over 41 persons require a special event permit. The ordinance previously it kicked in a special event permit for gatherings at 25. And so we have a new distinction with respect to lot size. In terms of, and that's it. That was the last new slide.
Got it.
In terms of, you can take down the PowerPoint if you want. In terms of noticing, our finance team and our Brooke, our marketing information public officer, worked tirelessly, and we got out notices over 800, I think, just about, to permit holders, placed information with respect to this meeting and links to the ordinance on Nextdoor and other media platforms. And so certainly you have a whole host of comments that were provided to you and have been posted on the website as well, on the agenda link page for those who have submitted email comments. And I'm sure that there are a number of speakers who want to speak here tonight. And I'll turn it over to Jason to see if he has anything to add.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Roxanne. Jason Anderson, Code Enforcement Manager. And no, you said it well. We're here to listen to the public comment tonight and move forward with some resolution to this matter.
Great, thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to our mayor to either have, if the council has any questions, we're happy to answer them, or we can listen to the comments.
Any questions?
No, just want to make sure we got it out to more people. So.
Okay. Councilmember Amit, do you have any questions or comments? Do we have?
Not at this time.
These are for a short time? Yep. Okay, so then we'll move to request to speak. We'll start with the one online.
Okay. We have Max Sherman on Zoom. Mr. Sherman, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, honorable city council members, for the time. My name is Max Sherman. I'm the policy manager for Avance. We are a short-term rental operator and have numerous properties in the area. We are strong advocates for a regulatory framework that ensures local communities benefit from the presence of vacation rentals, as well as having a good start towards working towards a strong regulatory framework that balances community interests as well as property owner interests. We do have some issues with the ordinance as written that we wanted to highlight and also suggest alternatives. First, the language around amplified sound, and specifically no amplified sound devices that produce or reproduce any sound that is audible from outside the property line. We believe the way it's written with audible is too subjective to be enforced fairly and reasonably. An audible noise standard is not sufficient enough to solve issues with noise. We believe instead, if there is a decibel limitation, which you see in other jurisdictions, it's enforceable, and for responsible operators like ourselves, we can enforce that with guests. Specifically for Avance, we use noise monitoring technology to help us respond in the situation of noisy guests. And with a clear acceptable decibel level, we can make sure our local area team is able to respond appropriately. Additionally, the language around occupants being prohibited from using outdoor amenities, as well as when they're inside the house, that can be heard beyond the property line. Again, this also is subjective and hard to enforce. A lot of smaller homes, for example, can have a TV or music device that could be heard from the sidewalk. So again, we're recommending a decibel limitation in lieu of that audible language. And then some just additional notes that we had from section 37.005D, providing a copy of CCNRs or a letter from the HOA for a permit. We believe it's overly burdensome. We instead are just recommending that the HOA should note that they permit STRs. Also, the current regulation that a long-term lessee is prohibited from STRing, we believe this is unreasonable. It to us is discriminatory of long-term renters and their right to supplemental income, as well as just a couple other points. There's a note in section 37.011B and D that's asking it should be within 30 days, or I'm sorry, it's asking 10 days. We believe 30 days is reasonable. And additional requirement of submission of every contact within 24 hours. We believe this is also overly burdensome, and we recommend an operator just need to keep a record and submit as required. Thank you everyone for taking the time to listen to our recommendations, and we look forward to working together and continuing to be a prosperous partner in India. Thank you all.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Sherman. Ms. Sanchez, do we have any more online?
Not anymore.
No, then we'll move on to the request to speak that are here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I have Mr. Mendoza, Kevin Mendoza, you have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. How you doing? We're not a sorry about that. Have issues with the short-term business rentals in our community. I emailed you guys yesterday the comments. I think they will be, I guess, dispersed to you guys. What's going on with us and where our area, we have multiple Airbnbs, like there's probably like 10 to 15. And the one across the street, specifically that we notice, of course, it's across the street from us. These people are coming and going, checking in the middle of the night. You'll go to bed. There's 2-3 cars in the driveway. You wake up in the morning, there's 3 more down the street. They wake you up, you hear they're coming and going at all hours. It's like a hotel, but without security or like check-in times, so we're just not fans of it. I understand doing it. I understand, during Coachella, Stagecoach, special events like that. But like, as far as enforcement goes, like if there's issues, we shouldn't have to police it. And if we do, we've seen law enforcement come knock on the door. They might shut their party down for a few minutes and it goes right back again. I mean, there has to be I know you guys have the Good Neighbor hotline, but that should be enforced. There should be somebody working during the weekend and checking in on that as needed, not just, hey, between the hours 8 and 5, you might be able to speak to somebody. And then another thing that we see is last couple of months ago, the dude replaced some appliances and just left them out on the curb for a couple of weeks till we called code enforcement. I don't like calling code enforcement on my neighbors, but this dude isn't a neighbor. He's just a guy who looks at their neighborhood as a place of profit. They don't care. There's just all kinds of stuff going on here all the time. Like right now, there's maintenance people over there. The guy was outside running the water hose for 2-3 hours the other day. And I was like, hey, dude, we're kind of having a drought right now. Should you maybe use a blower, during the day, maybe sweep it at night? It's just ridiculous. Like the maintenance people won't even leave sometimes till 11, 12 o'clock. You hear them banging around. It's just like, oh my God, it's just, yeah, it's like not in the neighborhood anymore. It's like, okay, I live in Hotel Circle. And I guess that's all my time.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mendoza, for your comments. I'll move on to.
I have additional.
Well, we'll move on. We'll go to the ones who are present, and
Okay.
maybe folks might have to leave. So I want to make sure we get them, and then we'll move on to the folks, the rest, because they're probably going to keep popping up. So I'll move on to Mr. J.D. Sill.
Thanks again for letting me speak to you this evening. Thank all the persons that have worked on ordinance 1766. I really think it's needed. My big point here is that a lot of times we get hung up HOA. The ordinance is written to govern properties that are covered by CC&Rs. So I think it's very important that the gentleman that called in had a problem with providing CC&Rs. That's fine if you're an HOA, but if you're in a community that's governed by CC&Rs, it's not part of a CC, that's not part of an HOA, that's still covered by the law. It's specifically the ordinance as written. So I'd like to remind that it is, makes it clear that it does not provide any owner of a residential property governed by private CCNRs the right to violate the CCNRs that prohibit short-term rentals. Also want to remind very quickly that the verbiage in the current short-term rental permit application requires that an owner state that their property is not in an HOA that prohibits short-term rentals. Same point. I believe it more accurate to require that the owners in that application state that their property is not governed by private CCNRs that prohibit short-term rentals. So I want to encourage the council to pass ordinance 1766 as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sill, for your comments. Move on to Kim Heerling.
Thank you, Pro Tem Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kim Herline. I'm an Indio resident and a vacation rental property manager for over 5 years and represent a number of homes in Coachella Valley. What a dynamic and exciting place to live and work and visit. I can't believe what I just heard tonight. It was so exciting. I also sit on a number of VRON boards, including Riverside County and La Quinta, as well as the short-term vacation rental TIBID advisory group. And I tell you that to show you how much I care about living harmoniously with our residents of this beautiful community, while providing well-maintained, well-operated vacation rentals, which can be done. I appreciate the time extension that you gave us a few weeks ago in order to make sure the short-term rental community was informed and so that we could all discuss the modifications presented. And I think that that's fair. And in my opinion, most importantly, objective and enforceable modifications are very important. I'm particularly concerned and ask for further clarification on 2 topics. Number 1, no outdoor activities audible at the property line. So question for that is, does that include talking? I know we've heard, playing in the pool and so on and so forth. So does that include talking? Secondly, the question around amplified sound inside the house, audible at the the property line. Smaller lot homes, the TV is easily audible at the sidewalk at normal volume. We feel audible is subjective, not reasonable. And as one of the other people spoke tonight, discuss a decibel reader, which is actually what my company uses to survey, making sure that the guests are paying attention and keeping in the good neighborhood behavior. And after hearing many experiences from other VRON members losing their licenses in La Quinta for trivial noise issues, I am concerned that this will happen to us here, and I feel that it's unfair. I thank you for your time and your consideration, and I hope we can work together in harmonious fashion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll move on to Mr. Brian Paul.
So I live behind 3 Airbnbs, and I came to India with the idea that I support Airbnbs. I want people to be able to, have their short-term rentals, but living behind it, I'm a doctor, there's a physician up the street, there's a pharmacist. We are, kids can't sleep. Parties can go on last week from Wednesday through till Sunday, 3 a.m., karaoke, the noises, audible noise. It shouldn't be audible at 3 a.m. anywhere. When there's no Airbnb, it's silent. The whole neighborhood is silent. Everybody enjoys their peaceful homes. You can't live in a community where you can't sleep. You can't function the next day. It's not that we want other people to make their money up. We do, but we want the quiet, respectful Airbnb people. What we've done is we've attracted parties with 40 people. The house behind me has 40 loungers around the pool. There's a cabana for a DJ. Audible sound is it's crazy. They have flashbangs, fireworks, whole cans of beer fly over. I've had 3 naked guys in my pool. You don't understand how ridiculous this has got. It's Coachella, right? People think it's a big Coachella fest. During the pandemic, they had huge parties, hundreds of people, ticketed events, alcohol, smoking marijuana. It is unbelievable what we've put up with. And if you look at some of the emails from our neighbors, you'll understand how it is living next to them. These managers don't live in those homes. They don't live next to those homes. What you're going to do is force people out. The Montage is basically a resort. It's 80% short-term rental. They don't have hotel security. They don't have the types of staffing that hotels have. They don't have the check-in times. There's no regulation. The violators that are in those homes, they have had so many violations and nothing's ever done. They're never held to task. They're not losing any permits. What we're saying is, why not have a system in place where, yes, there shouldn't be any audible sound from if I put music on in my house, you don't hear it outside my property line. I don't need 40 people around my pool. That is not a short-term rental, a quiet short-term rental. That's a party. If you're going to have that type of behavior in India, you're just going to attract more and more and more of the worst. We have frat parties constantly, in those homes. I'm not against short-term rental. I'm against the type that we are in our city. We're attracting the worst of the worst, and the nice people are going to La Quinta. So let's have a balance here. Let's have the quiet. Let's not have 40 people. You don't need 40 people around your pool. 4 and 5 and 10 is enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. We'll move on to Anna. I'm sorry, I can't read your last name.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Pro Mayor Tim. Initially I was going to prepare a speech and then I decided I'll just speak from the heart. So what I wanted to mention is this. We've been in Coachella Valley for the last couple of years. We are short-term rental operators, and we also homeowners ourselves. And from all the cities, after being here for 2 years, I decided to purchase and live in India. I'm so excited to the presentations tonight that this city is just is changing, right? Coming here for visits and seeing how it changes over the years. I have a 3-year-old, we have a family. This is where I want to raise my children. And I think, this community can coexist. This festival is obviously bringing a lot of money, and so the short-term rentals. And I think, responsible renting and strong code enforcement is important. Ordinance is just as important, they all go together. What we need to be aware of is I also operate in La Quinta in 7 out of 9 cities in Coachella Valley, as well as unincorporated areas. And I am also on Viron, I'm one of the members there, as well as an unincorporated area. And one thing I can tell you is La Quinta, the executive order number 9, which brought that audible noise regulation, it did not solve anything other than, it can be abused, right? Because it is so subjective. I think the best thing in this situation, my recommendation, because they did drop that, by the way, the executive order is abolished and they went back to the normal ordinance. And the normal ordinance states that, the normal noise levels, that is what should be obeyed by all the citizens, short-term rentals and everybody else. And this is how it can be enforced, because we have noise sensors that will regulate that. We have cameras on every single property, versus something subjective that's going to be hard to fight. It's going to be hard to enforce. It's also going to be, how do you appeal this, or, so I just think that's not going to work. Last thing I wanted to address was the contracts. What are we trying to solve by, getting the licenses and everything? My understanding, it's illegal to provide the private contract, and I mean the law can, the lawyer can fill in on that. And then I think it's going to add administrative to the operators. I worry about small mom and pop, homeowners. They have a job. Can they keep up with that? And again, people that are not running responsibly, that's what we need to come after, creating more paperwork and getting every license plate and, driver's license, etc. I don't think that's going to solve the noise issue, and I don't think the bad operators are going to be removed that way. So thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to be here, and I hope this community can coexist.
Great. Thank you for your comments and welcome to Indio.
Thank you.
We'll move on to folks who are online.
Okay, we can start with Alan. It says Allen family. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this matter. Enjoy visiting our home in Indio, love the Coachella Valley. And I just ask and urge to please look at short-term rentals as a positive partner for Indio. As a result, many people have employment based upon short-term rentals, landscapers, housekeepers, handymen. The visitors stimulate the economy and add property value, which benefits from the tax base as well. And just can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear any of what I said?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. Just a reminder that last year during COVID, short-term rentals were basically shut off for months, no rentals to take place. Anyone who owned a short-term rental had months without revenue as a result of it. And I do believe that there are many short-term rental operators that manage their property well as with their guests. But there are people that consistently violate or even have set up their properties to be offensive. And I just really encourage you to address the people that are breaking the law, that are not, they are not dealing with the trust that they've been given as a short-term rental operator, and deal with them and their permit. And please keep that in mind with the other folks that are abiding by their commitment and responsibilities as a short-term rental permit holder. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you for your comments, sir. We'll move on to the next.
Next speaker is Sandra Allen. Sandra, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, where I live on a street on about 18 houses. I bought my house back in 2013, and we only came out here for vacations. I planned on moving out here this year, which I did early in the spring. But on my house of 18 houses, between the time I bought it and now, all the residents have moved out. There's only 2 people left on our street. All the other houses are now short-term rentals. And then across the street from us, about 10 houses over there, right across the way from us, they are all now short-term rentals. So when I moved out, I knew there were parties on the weekends, but when we moved out here, I discovered those parties are every single night. April, May, June, July, August. It was a nonstop party all the time. And I have called the police, I've called security, I've called HOA to please, there's a DJ next door to me. We have an attached wall, and no one would come. And short-term rentals went on all through the pandemic. I called the police to try to help out with that as well. And they said because of the COVID, they couldn't come out. I just don't see, we can make up all the rules and regulations that we want to, but if we don't do something and follow up on them, I don't see anything changing. I haven't seen one thing change out of all the times that I've called, my neighbors have called, and other people have called. So anyway, I now rent my home. I have had to move out of my house because I couldn't sleep. I rent my house out now. I just joined the whole STIR regime in our community. Over 30 7% of our homes in our community are now short-term rentals. So this is no longer a residential community. So to be able to work, because I work from home now because of the pandemic, I couldn't sleep. So we moved into our motorhome and now I rent out my house. And I try to do it responsibly. I have families that come. But when we live on a lake and there are people jumping off roofs into pools, jumping off the bridge into the lake, swimming in the lake when they shouldn't, DJs next door, lights and fireworks. And I mean, it goes on to 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. And I've called so many times and nothing has been done about it. And so, we can make up all these rules, but I think what's really important is how are we going to implement these rules and enforce these rules? So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
For your comments, Ms. Ellis. Ms. Sanchez, we have more speakers.
Next speaker is Bruce Hoban. Mr. Hoban, you have 3 minutes.
Hi there, Indio City Council. My name is Bruce Hoban. I'm the co-founder of Vacation Rental Owners and Neighbors of Palm Springs, also known as VRON. VRON has now generated multiple chapters. Each one is its own standalone group in each city because the citizens of those towns need to understand the needs of that community. And I just want to tell you that, we were founded in 2017. I got to tell you, by the way, it's a luxury having 3 minutes instead of 2 minutes, but thank you. But in Palm Springs, we put in a very strong STR ordinance. It was one of the strongest ones ever done across the country. And parts of that you have adopted in your current ordinance you're looking at. We also have really strict enforcement. Our response time to a complaint call is 19 minutes from the time the call comes in Palm Springs until somebody shows up, okay? And the important part about it is, we respond quickly. And I also want to say that we totally are against any illegal vacation home anywhere. Those can be the bad apples. I'd also like to remind you that in the summer of 2021, when vacation rentals and hotels were allowed to reopen again, everyone up and down the state, up and down the country, got what I call the COVID crazed crowd. They were coming, out to all these homes, no matter what you put up in the house, no matter what the contracts were signed in 2020, okay, in the summer, they were going to normal. We have seen in Palm Springs a reduction in the number of complaint calls from the 2020 summer to this year. Complaint calls went down 87%. So, we had an anomaly because of COVID. And I realize a lot of city councils somewhat overreacted to that summer. Rightfully so, there were problems. But that is not the norm for how we've been working. The biggest thing I urge you on is transparency. I saw nothing in the ordinance that you are proposing that puts in place some kind of transparency about weekly reporting. In Palm Springs, every week, there is a report put up on a public website. Here were the complaint calls. Here's what happened to those complaint calls. How many resulted in a citation? We are very, very transparent here. Now, granted, it took us like 2 years to work with the city to figure this out, but transparency is really key. I totally empathize and understand that there can be some bad apples who get a permit who don't want to screen their guests the proper way and all kinds of things, okay? And that can happen, but transparency is the answer. When you get people calling in and saying, or calling to you or texting you or emailing you, that there's party houses every night, you've got to have the data to show that.
Conclude. Your time's up, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Sanchez, we have more?
Yes, next speaker is John D.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. Very exciting news with Indio. I've been a resident of Palm Desert, La Quinta, and Indio over the last 6 years, and I own a vacation rental in Indio presently. I've also closely followed some of the news and events in La Quinta, as well as the enforcement in Palm Springs. I congratulate the City Council for creating what I think a number of us largely believe is a fair and balanced ordinance. But I also have my concerns with regards to the language regarding audible. La Quinta had this language regarding audible. And I know homeowners that were cited and their licenses were taken away when whispers from the home or a TV from the home could be heard at the sidewalk or at the driveway. I don't think it's fair for your code enforcement to have to enforce the concept of audible. Almost anything a whisper can be heard. I would heavily encourage the City Council to consider rewriting the ordinance to include either a noise meter or language around likely to disturb or unusually loud or audible inside a neighbor's home or anything that would actually describe the fact that there might be a disturbance, because the fact that you can barely hear it on the sidewalk outside the home, it doesn't seem like a reasonable benchmark for a disturbance or something that's actually causing an issue to the city. Outside of this specific language issue, I feel that that the ordinance and the change in the ordinance appears largely well written and balanced, and I hope we can bring this specific issue. And if you can come up with the lowest decibel limit that you can think of that the wind won't bother, or a really low decibel limits to make sure that neighbors aren't bothered, I think that's great. But the concept of you can barely hear it and therefore it's citable, I'm just not sure if that's the best policy. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Do we have
Yes, we have Thomas Wood. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, yeah, thank you guys for your time. We have owned a vacation rental in Indio in a neighborhood with no HOA now for the last 2 years. We have had absolutely zero complaints from our neighbors. As a matter of fact, we actually employ our neighbors to help out with maintenance on the house and taking out trash, and they've been happy to do so. We allow them to use our pool facilities when we don't have guests in the house. And as far as I'm concerned, they're happy to do so. And like I said, we've had zero complaints. We also cater to families as opposed to party groups. And I think that's been a big benefit to us because it keeps, obviously the families shut it down at a reasonable hour, and the party groups tend to stay out and cause trouble past midnight and 2 a.m. And so I think that's been a big benefit in our in kind of the success of our lack of complaints towards our home. We're happy to be a part of the community of Indio, and we think that we are a benefit to the Indio community, and that's pretty much all I've got to say. So I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you for your comments, Mr. Wood. Ms. Sanchez, we have more?
Yes, next is Catherine Reyes. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Catherine Reyes. Thank you for hearing our concerns in regards to short-term rentals as an owner. I know we have bad apples on both sides of the spectrum, but I just kind of wanted to voice my concerns. I was rereading the contract and some of the updates that you guys made, and I'm still kind of a little bit confused as to whether some of the changes in regards to the window cling is still going to be in effect, along with checking in with short-term rental guests upon arrival. I don't really see those changes on there yet, so that's something I wanted to address. And I just also think that it's a little bit unreasonable to ask for all these contracts. We do have last minute bookings, and to be honest, those have been some of my great guests. They're usually business people that come overnight or spend 2 nights at my rental place. And I just don't think that providing all this information that's required, all these contracts, is reasonable for those type of renters. And I also don't want to lose out on that opportunity, business opportunity for myself as well. You know, for the city, it's revenue for you guys as well. So that's something that I definitely want you guys to consider. I don't know how other short-term rental owners feel about it, but it just seems very redundant. And I also don't know why we need to retain that information for up to 3 years. I know you guys want to audit that information, but like, is there going to be a person in the city of Indio that's going to be assigned to auditing and collecting all this information? I just want to make sure that we're not just doing this and it's not even being reviewed by the city as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes, for your comments. Ms. Sanchez?
Next speaker is Marianne Carlton. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm very new homeowner in Indio. We bought a brand new home very recently. We're very excited. The concept of affordability for this second home for us was really predicated on the ability to have a certain amount of short-term rentals to help us cover this. We plan to use this property as our long-term retirement property and a place for our family to gather and have wonderful holidays, for example, these upcoming holidays. So I worry a little bit for some of us. Again, I'm not an Indio native all the time, but I am looking to be one at some point. And I was very excited hearing about all of the things that you all have planned for this city, a place that I hope to retire. And I worry about some of the stringent things for us who are really just families trying to afford that second home, a place to gather. I particularly worry about the contracts, the onerous paperwork that might be required for those of us. And also some of others have mentioned the decibel and being very specific versus very vague, and just wanting to have more concrete rules that we can really abide by and host our guests in a responsible way and really hold them accountable more specifically. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Carlton.
And I have Carol. Carol, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Basically what I wanted to say, I've been a short-term rental owner for the past 6 years, and I've rented in Palm Springs and in Indio. And after listening to everyone's comments this evening, I really think a happy medium for most of the concerns is developing a short-term rental enforcement committee, as Palm Springs has, even though I know that can be a little more costly to the homeowners as far as the short-term rental businesses, because comparing the $300 and some odd that Indio charges for your permit, Palm Springs is charging $900. but you can call, residents can call 24 hours a day and get a response. And I think that really has helped in Palm Springs turn around a lot of the complaints and a lot of the back and forth between the residents and the short-term rental owners, with a lot of the problems. And that's basically what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curl.
I have no further comments, Mayor.
Sure.
Pro Tem. Oh, okay. With Zoom, yes, I just had one popped up. Suzanne M., you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you for taking this. I popped up at the last minute because I wasn't able to attend the whole call. I did submit some very detailed comments via email this afternoon, and I just wanted to make sure that those were taken into consideration and read and will be considered tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Suzanne, for your comments. I think that will conclude our public comment, and I'd like to move on to our council for questions and comments. So Councilmember Ortiz, if you'd like to.
One question for our staff is, what was the decision between going with Audible over the decibels?
Would you like to address that, or would you like me to? Yeah. Okay, so there's the concept of an audible decibel reading versus the reasonable person standard. Under the law, if you were to enforce or issue a citation based on a decibel reading, the operator operating the machine has to be certified. The machine itself has to be certified in order for us to present any of that evidence collected into court. Chances are officers that respond aren't going to be certified in taking decibel readers. So the court tends to use the reasonable person standard, which that means is if a noise is unreasonable to a person of normal sensitivity, it could be a violation. A person that's real sensitive to noise, that's not a reasonable standard to go off of. So what we do is we look at the reasonableness of the noise that's being generated. A television at 2 o'clock in the afternoon is not a violation. A loud television or loud music at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday evening could be a violation. So we balance our approach to enforcement of all noise regulations.
And I guess when you're making that decision, you're going off of the judgment of the noise from the code enforcement officer, not from the complaint.
Yeah. All complaints are verified and they have to be witnessed by an officer, whether it's a police officer or a code enforcement officer. So we have to respond, we have to validate the complaint, we have to collect evidence that there's a violation, and we got to meet certain thresholds before any type of enforcement action is taken.
Thank you.
And just to piggyback on that, the standard of audible is an accepted legal standard. Our own municipal code with respect to the reasonable person standard speaks to it as plainly audible at a distance greater than 50 feet from the source point. So the concept of audible is something that has been accepted.
Thank you.
Council Member Amit, do you have any questions or comments for staff?
Yes, I did have some questions from the public about the definition of owner, and I just want to call attention to page 2 that owner is a person, corporation, or legal entity that holds legal or equitable title to the property used as a short-term rental. So a new concept that's coming up in a lot of the short-term arenas is the concept of fractional ownership. So I just wanted to ask City Attorney to make sure that this definition would include fractional owners as owners.
Yes, the fractional owner would still be considered a legal owner. They just own like 1/8 of the property.
Okay, and then I want to go a little bit to 36012. I know you try to clean it up because of the 14,500 square foot lots. But I think number 1 still reads awkwardly in B. because it still refers to the 25 people count.
Is that in B1?
B1, yeah.
Just give me a minute. Yes, you are correct. I will make that change. Thank you.
Okay, and then so the real question I have with B, it states that notwithstanding any gatherings, whether daytime or nighttime, of more than, either 25 or 40 people, requires a special event permit. So does that mean if I'm going to have an overnight with 100 people, all I have to do is get a special event permit?
No, there's a difference. The concept here is that we have a maximum overnight occupancy, meaning people sleeping in bed, sleeping in the house. And so that is limited, that caps out at 20. That said, the discussion from the last meeting was related to gatherings, not necessarily those persons sleeping in that house. And so section 2 and 3 relate to the gathering of persons in a larger lot is number 2, that a gathering up to and including 40 persons, that if you have a large Thanksgiving gathering or whatever it is, the Super Bowl, there is no special event permit required. 3 is the gathering of under 40 as 25 to 39, although in looking at this, it may be that, I think that's still the same on a lot that is less than 14,500 square feet, then you would need a special event permit. So 2 and 3 relate to the gathering of people, not the occupancy of the home itself.
What page are you on, City Attorney?
I'm on page 10 of the red line that has says revision for November 17th council meeting. That was the ordinance in your packet.
Okay, so yeah, so what's confusing me is the word overnight. It leads me to believe that all I have to do is pull a special event permit to have more than 20 overnight.
No, and you know what, I can see the confusion there, so I would delete it, and just because 2 and 3 really relate to the gathering of persons.
Right.
Not to the occupancy. So thank you.
Yeah, no, yeah, we don't want to give people the impression that all they have to do is apply for a special event permit to go beyond the 20 occupancy.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney.
Thank you.
Councilman Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So Jason, when you're looking at this, and I see this as short-term rentals, how does this compare to the average person in their house? If you were gonna say the guy next door to me, just because he doesn't have a short-term rental doesn't mean he's not a bad neighbor or that. What's the standard for a regular complaint from a resident that wants to complain about a neighbor? Same
in regards to loud music or
loud
party
music,
or
having too many people in his house.
reasonable person standards. So fun in the music or noise is unreasonable to a normal person at a distance of more than 50 feet. It could be a violation based on the totality of the event. So me standing in the street in the afternoon on a Saturday may not be the same standard as 3 o'clock in the morning. So we need that flexibility to make that determination.
And people wise, is there a limit on residents from having a certain amount of people in their property before they have to get a special use permit?
At this time, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to make sure, compare apples and oranges, because I think we've all had bad neighbors. And it's a judgment call. This kind of loses me. First off, is the judgment call.
Mm-hmm.
Who decides? I mean, obviously, when my neighbors, I live at Heritage Palms. My neighbors, when they're in the backyard, because it's a very quiet area,
right?
I can hear the conversation of my people next door having dinner outside. Just can't. I mean, it doesn't bother me, but I can't. If I open my door up, I can hear them. They're not making anything. They're not causing a fuss. They're great people, but I can hear their conversation. I really can. Or so sometimes I turn up my TV a little bit more because I want fresh air. So I'll leave my thing open. I turn my TV up because I don't want to hear their conversation. I want to watch TV. So that could be a problem. And I'm not trying to draw this out. I just want to be fair. I want to make sure that we don't kill the goose with the golden egg. I know we need enforcement. I know we need to have some kind of rules, but this, the judgment call is where, because everybody comes out and does things differently. Everybody does it. How are we going to train people to do it? Normal is based on your person. It's like art. Depends on what it is. You guys are trained, but most police officers aren't trained in the kind of an ordinance. So what I'm looking at is if we do something, if we head towards like noise detectors, I mean, obviously there's got to be more things we can put in place that'll help us. So I agree with you. So I'm wondering how that's going to happen because most code enforcement doesn't work on weekends. If I'm not incorrect, am I correct?
At this time, we do it on a volunteer overtime basis.
Okay, so we'll need to probably hire more people, I take it, to.
And part of it is that we will be bringing back the resolution with the implementation of the fees based on the fee study and also the fines. And that does include it does include us hiring more, and Mr. City Manager, correct me if I'm wrong, does include hiring more code enforcement officers to work on the weekends. So we can address some of the comments that were made tonight, which is it's about enforcement and it's not Monday through Friday, it's Saturday and Sunday.
Exactly where I'm going for, because most of our issues, it's like I use for our garage permits to have a garage sale. And we don't have any code enforcement on Saturday and Sunday. So if they have a permit or not, and I don't think most police officers are going to stop to see if they have a permit. So what I'm trying to get is this, we can have enforcement and we have consistency among our code enforcement who actually then go out and do it. And obviously we can't do it 24/7, but that's what I'm looking for. And then I want to make sure that if this is going to be adopted, that it goes back. I also don't agree if it is on giving contracts to people. I don't think that's any of our business. I really don't. It should be available at property where they sign it and they should be able to do it. And they should be produced if there's a problem with that person. Okay, so if you come back and say on September 5th at 9 o'clock, this person was there, because it changes. Sometimes it's 2 o'clock and then the next day somebody else comes in. Then they provide that information to make sure they had a contract and everything else. But to have them come in or submit it, a contract to us for everybody that comes in for 900 or 1,000. There's no way we have the manpower, the people to be able to look at that. I think they keep it in themselves to be able to do that. And when we ask them when there's a problem, that's part of the enforcement. Did you have the contract? Was it signed? Show it to us, what it has to do. But to have people's driver's license, possibly social security numbers, addresses, I just don't see that something that the city of Indio needs to get involved in unless there's actually a problem with that house or that person. That's how I look at it. I do want to give you the tools to be successful because the quality of life for our residents is important, but at the same time, they've got to be able to coexist like everything else. I feel bad for the doctor that has the Montage, but our city manager, or ex-city manager, excuse me, lived at Montage and he bought in there knowing that 85% of it was short-term rentals. So, I mean, that's kind of, I mean, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but we should tighten up our CC&Rs to make sure that if we don't want short-term rentals in our HOAs, that we write them into the CCRs that they can't have short-term rentals in our HOAs. So I'm stuck on this because I want to do something. I want to make sure, and we've talked about this before, but I don't like the contracts and the subject, as long as we have code enforcement starts to do it, our police officers have too much to do than they do to go out into somebody's house to hear somebody that's got a TV or something that's too loud. If it's a party, you better send a few people. You know what I'm saying? But you're going to have a hard time during the concerts. You're going to have a time. It's got to be able to be enforced. There's no law that I hate worse than something that's not able to be enforced by us or anybody else. Doesn't matter who puts it out there. So I'm good as long as we can work with our community, and it needs to be brought back. This isn't something we just rubber stamp, go away, because the people, like the residents, like these fine people over here, they might not like what we came up with and they still might be unhappy. So we need to come back in 6 months after we've done this, maybe a concert or something, and do that. Right now, I believe with the COVID is the issues, but I'm big on property rights. In 6 months, we need to come back and adjust. Get the comments from, okay, we've had 700 citations. We've pulled this many out. We've done this, we did that. It's not strong enough. It's too strong, you know? Bad actors are bad actors. That's just the way it goes. We'll weed them out, but I don't want people to think that Indio is not business friendly. We have our concerts, we have short-term rentals. How do we get the two to coexist? I think this is a good start, but it's not going to be the end of it. So I think what we need to do is go that. And if we have to go back later and get contracts, because that's the way to do it. But honestly, is somebody really, first off, we don't allow people in here. And these things we need to get rid of. That's a separate story. But I'm saying we don't have people. What happens if they come here and we're not here? Is it do it online? How do you get a contract if they come later? I mean, are they in violation after that? Are we going to open up our doors during Coachella Fest and have 1,000 people show up?
Can we just have them explain what that process will be like? So we,
yeah.
Jason,
So we envision.
your mic's off.
Sorry about that. We envision that all this is going to be done through an online portal. So we're already working on that technology to apply for your permit online, submit your TOT online, submit your TOT verification. If you have the taxes paid for by Airbnb, all that's going to take place on an operator portal provided on our website. So there's not going to be someone that has to come into City Hall to submit any type of paperwork to the city.
Okay. And it'll decide if it's complete and everything else. I just want to make sure it's soundproof. And how long do you think you'll have that up and available?
Shortly. I can't commit to a date right now, but
within the next month or so?
It will be.
So month and a half.
45 days.
45 days, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
What I was going to say too, I've had some great conversations. Every home may have different platforms that they use. I was telling the city manager, I had a great conversation with the Airbnb folks who are happy to help us now with respect to those that don't have permits and, you know, anybody who is a bad actor. And so he's committed to me and he said, I can verbally say that he will commit to me, you know, any assistance and resources, a direct line to the general counsel's office, because they look at us as one of the areas that they value and they want to, and they're looking at things differently now. So I just wanted to say that as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks. Yes.
So one of the issues that always comes up from my residents is housing, right? The shortage of housing, the housing prices that keep going up. And now it seems to be more and more often that I keep hearing that people will try to buy a house and they get outbid by corporations that are coming to turn those homes into short-term rentals, right? And the housing stock is so low that they're having trouble finding places at Indio. So we're seeing displacement based on low housing stock and high pricing for housing. And so I think my issue here is not with the regulations from our staff. I think that those are great and they'll help with the enforcement, but I think we should focus that enforcement on the current permits. And for any future permits, I think we should, and I mentioned this before, I know, but any future permits I think should be limited to 30 or 60 days of operation throughout the year. And that would allow us to still have those homes purchased by families and have any revenues that are generated from those short-term rentals be going to our families, right? And still that wouldn't affect so much our housing stock. And so I think, you know, I just think we need to prioritize our housing stock at the moment prices for families to live in. And also because of the issues that we're hearing from all these neighbors of the high concentrations that they're seeing now of short-term rentals in their neighborhoods, that they're losing that family feel to their neighborhoods. They're uncomfortable. And for us to keep adding more and more of those situations, I don't think it's a healthy thing to do at the moment. And unfortunately, I can't separate the two. It's one ordinance, so I can't, you know, vote yes on the restrictions, but no on the new permits, right? And so unfortunately, if we don't address that issue that many of our residents are having, then I can't support this ordinance.
Well, I think I'll jump in here. What we're looking at, we're not looking at banning short-term rentals. I think we have to make that clear. We're not banning short-term rentals. we are putting a policy in place that would satisfy our residents and our visitors. We heard concerns from both sides. And what this policy will do, it will enable our police department to come out and enforce them. And without that, you might get an officer that shows up and he might tell you there's nothing I could do about it. But if there's no policy, there's nothing you can do about it. But if there's a policy and it's a Wednesday and it's 3 o'clock in the morning and they're still allowed, 80-inch screen TV outside on the patio, because some folks do have it. And we gotta be realistic as well. We say TV. We have 80-inch TVs on people's patios these days, and they're loud. So we got to think about our neighbors. We got to think about our residents, but we got to be reasonable as well. And at the same time, we use the term bad actor. Well, the good actors, this doesn't mean that just because we have a policy that you're going to have a police officer walking up and down the street looking to enforce some rules. If no one complains, it's not an issue. If Councilmember Miller is in his room and his neighbors are talking outside and he's okay with it, it's not an issue. But if there is an issue and you call it in, that gives our police department some teeth to go in there and enforce some of these rules. So we're looking at, Councilmember Ortiz brought up housing shortages. I don't know if we haven't talked about a cap yet. We haven't talked about adding new code enforcement or additional, I should say. So we're evolving. This isn't in concrete, but this does give us a starting point, especially when we have other communities banning them. More folks are going to start coming this way. So we do need to have something in place in preparation for that. Making a distinction, between occupancy and gathering, that's important, and that's in red. And I read that last night. I agree with that. I think 20 is reasonable if you have the space that allowable. But also, if we need to have a gathering with more than 40 people, I think a permit is reasonable. And we talk about some of the contracts and filling out the paperwork. If you own one of these properties, it's worth it to go through it. It's worth it to protect your investment. And it's also worth it to be a good neighbor. So I want to ask our attorney if we can move on this. There was discussion about modifications. I don't know if Councilmember Miller, if he answered your question about the contracts.
Yeah, I think it's onerous, but if it's something that you can type in, I just don't think there's going to be a lot of people there to be able to type in. There's got to be a grace period between doing it. To do it right then and there, or if they don't have somebody, they come in late at night or whatever. I mean, people do find an Airbnb, they can't find a room. I mean, I just want to make sure that it's fair. But he did come up with a good point, and we're doing more code enforcement. So I'm good with that. Caps, I can't agree to that right now.
So that's, thank you.
One more question. On the issue, there was somebody that called talking about that they wouldn't be able to get last minute reservations with this ordinance. Do you know why she thought so? I thought that had to do with something with the contract.
I think that had to do with the contracts, but the language here is either to file them prior to the occupancy or within 24 hours of execution of a contract by the occupant. So if you had a last minute reservation, they just need to file it.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Amit.
So in the case of Airbnb, are there contracts?
Probably not.
Only because I've rented an Airbnb recently. I signed, I didn't sign a per se contract. However, for that jurisdiction, they were not required. Airbnb, in my discussions with them, they can tailor the website with respect to the information that we need. And so they can populate it on their end. And I believe the same as with VRBO. We had a conference call with them. So Jason, is that your understanding as well?
That's my understanding. And it's also in our discussion with VRBO is they can provide a sort of a balance sheet at the end of the rental that shows the rents and the people who rented it and stuff like that.
So then aren't we having two different standards by asking regular owners to provide contracts and the agencies to provide a summary sheet upon exodus?
No, that's the summary sheet is just something extra that they are willing to provide us. The standard would be the same for everybody.
So the contract would be the same.
Yes. And I do think that Councilmember Miller had a good point that we need to be able to, this is not set in stone. We're going to be evaluating, looking at it, seeing what works, what doesn't work. And so I do think that that's going to be part of our process.
So I think from the discussion from previous study sessions, we made the modifications. There, even today, there are some things that came up and we got some great answers. And what I like to ask is if we vote on this today, if, pass or not, if we could bring this back in maybe 6 months and reevaluate, get more community input and also from our owners and continue to keep that open, as well as possibly giving some responsibility to our community service committee to, follow up on some of this stuff. I think that would be another avenue we could to take off the council to give to our community service committee.
Yeah, I would just add that we're in a little bit of a limbo right now, to be quite honest. So I don't know if there are the votes here tonight to adopt what's presented. I can assure you, as we strive to implement, if you adopt it, there can be some modifications as we go down the line that the Services Commission, the Community Services Commission can evaluate it. We can get some further input. But I just fear the more we drag this on, the more staff's in this limbo. Well, is it this or is it that? We want to propose a fee structure, as one of the callers suggested, that will allow us to bring in some more officers. But we can do that, but what are they enforcing if we haven't yet adopted this ordinance? So if there are the votes to adopt this ordinance this evening, I would strongly recommend you do it. If not, I would suggest you continue this public hearing until the next meeting, where then the mayor who is not present could also join in. Perhaps at that point, we could get a majority to vote. If you vote this evening and it does not pass, the city attorney will have to opine, but the ordinance dies. And now we're back in our limbo again. So really, it depends on where we're at this evening. Where is the support? In the meantime, we're just floating. We're not pleasing the residents that are seeing a degradation of the quality of life. And the folks that are running these legitimately don't know exactly what the rules are anymore, because we're so much, again, in that limbo. So I just urge some sort of decision.
Yeah.
So I'll make the motion that we waive full reading of ordinance number 1766, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Indio amending Chapter 37 of the Indio Municipal Code relating to short-term rentals. Introduce the ordinance by title only and request the city clerk to read the title with the amendments that we made to 36.021, 1, 2, and 3, removing the overnight as
Yes,
far as.
I can help you
You
with
want to
that.
clean that up?
Yes, on section B1 is to remove the sentence notwithstanding any gatherings. And then on section 2 is to remove the parenthetical, whether daytime or overnight, and paragraph 3 to remove the parenthetical, whether daytime or overnight.
And on the subject of the contracts, I'd like to move forward with requiring the owner, or however you want to refer to the lessor, to maintain contracts for up to 3 years in either an electronic form. Electronic form is fine. And we'll try that for 6 months and see how it works. That's my motion.
Are you asking, Loopy, that they then keep them and not turn them in?
Yeah, not turn them in, just maintain them in electronic form for 3 years. And we'll reevaluate it in 6 months and see if we really do want to have all those scanned up contracts that I don't know how we're ever going to have the manpower to read those things, Jason.
So I'm good with that as long as we can put into it that we come back after the concerts, not before the concerts, after the concerts and reevaluate this. At least 6 months, discuss it more than 6 months, I think, because the concerts are in April, they end in April. We got to give everybody a couple weeks rest or something. We come up kind of an idea
All
of
right,
what.
so let's say by next November.
By
Because
July
it takes,
1st.
yeah, it takes 3 months to reconcile the concert. So that's April, May, June. Then we have budget. So,
So let's say by July 1st. I'm good with that as long as we evaluate it. I'm good with that. I'm happy with that.
And then on that change, that would be on page 11, paragraph D. It reads right now, submission of rental contracts to city. It would be revised to maintenance of rental contracts to city. And the first sentence would read, all owners shall maintain all contracts for a period of 3 years from the date of occupancy. That'll be the first sentence, and then the second sentence will stay the same. It just lists the occupants have to be included in the contract, municipal code requirements, et cetera. If that's satisfactory to you, Councilmember Mead.
yes, just make sure electronic form is sufficient. We don't want all these paper.
Electronic or written or paper.
So we can keep track of the TOT and the other stuff.
Okay.
I'm good with that. So in case you need to add them, I just want to make sure that it's fair. Fair. But I want to protect our residents' quality of life. So I'll second the motion.
We got a first by Councilmember Mead and a second by Councilmember Miller. Could I get a vote?
Councilmember Miller,
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Amit,
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz,
I'm going to vote no, and I would like the record to show that I'm voting no because of the lack of addressing the housing crisis and because of the continued issuing of year-round permits for short-term rentals.
and Mayor Pro Tem Furman.
I'll vote yes on that.
And if the-
Motion passes
and if the
3-1.
And if the clerk can read the title.
Yes.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Indio, amending Chapter 37 of the Indio Municipal Code relating to short-term rentals.
And just for clarification, it's the ordinance is the one that says revision for November 17 council meeting with the revisions this evening. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Motion passes. So we'll move on to our public hearing items. We do have one item, and that's item A, and it's resolution number 10242, adopting development impact fees pursuant to the 2021 Development Impact Fee Study. Mr. Wassel.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I'm still Tim Wassel from this afternoon. And yes, I do. And we'll be as brief as you want us to be. So we'll just kick it off with Mr. Juan Raya, and then we'll be followed by our patient consultants, and thanks to the DVBA. So sit fast tonight with us. So with that, Mr. Raya will kick it off for us.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. This item before you this evening is an update of your development impact fees. We've been working closely with our consultant, NBS, and Joe Colgan, who have put a very comprehensive report this evening. So without any further ado, I'll introduce Nicole.
All right, good evening again, City Council and Indio community. Direction from City Manager. I have the same presentation over again. I can do that for the public record, or if you would like me to.
Yes, yeah.
Again?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so I'm just
You can certainly go through it a little bit
a
more.
little bit quicker. Okay. At 1.5 speed.
You like that, Rob?
Problem. All right. So just want to provide a little bit of background about the study to date, touch on the legal framework for impact fees, present the fee outcomes that have been established through the study, and then turn it over for policy and implementation discussion. My name is Nicole Kassam. I'm from NBS, and this is Joe Colgan here. And we worked on this project together. So we're available for any questions as we go through. So the background of this study is, or the premise of impact fees is basically that new development places demands on the city's infrastructure. And impact fees are one-time charges paid by new development to mitigate the need for capital facilities needed to serve that new development. The city currently has an impact fee program in place. It was last updated in 2006, which is 15 years ago, and the fees have not been increased or changed since that time. So all of the assumptions about the cost of infrastructure and so forth that were in that 2006 study that translated into fees that are adopted by the council are still at those 2006 levels today. The legal framework for impact fees starts at the US Constitution level and relevant case law. There are 3 elements of a nexus for impact fees. Development must create a need for facilities funded by the fees. Development must receive a benefit from facilities funded by the fees, and fees must be proportional to impact. So that's at the US Constitution level. And then we have the California Mitigation Fee Act, which basically mirrors those same parameters. There are several findings that need to be made when calculating and implementing impact fees, and that is exactly what the study in front of you and the report is for tonight, provides the administrative record that meets these findings. I mentioned earlier that the past 5 years have been interesting for impact fees. There's been quite a few new legislations or new laws signed that are affecting how impact fees are implemented and how they're calculated. The most recent is AB 602. And after the January 1st, 2022, there's going to be a number of new requirements that are going to go into a place that will make impact fees a little bit more complicated and just a couple more steps and requirements involved. One of those that's not up here is actually that fee studies will be required every 8 years. So we wouldn't be able to wait 15 years again. These are the facilities that are addressed in this study. No new fee categories have been added. These are the same fee categories that the city currently has in place. And this is a full suite of capital facilities provided by the city to both existing and new development. In the study, or if you look at the city's current fee schedule, you'll see that the fees are charged by land use designation or land use type. And so these are the fees, how they're broken out between residential and non-residential types or fee categories. The study relies on critical data points related to development for both existing and future projections, depending on the fee calculation. So the timeline horizon for this study is 2040. And we use several points of data related to population, square footage, et cetera, as needed in order to inform the fee calculations. I'm going to start going quickly through each type of facility and what the findings are with various fees. So for parkland and improvements fees, I think it's important to note that there are actually 3 different kinds of fees calculated in the report, and one of those is actually not an impact fee. The Quimby Act in lieu fees are for projects involving residential projects involving a subdivision, and those are actually governed by, not by the Mitigation Fee Act, by a separate section of the government code. And then for projects that do not involve a subdivision, you then have a separate impact fee for land, and both types of fees, both Quimby and parkland impact fees, would then pay the improvement portion of the fee on top of that. The city has an existing Quimby ordinance. There are some recommendations in the report for updating that ordinance that would be brought as a separate item tonight, but we included it in our report because Quimby Act fees do kind of function like impact fees. Fire protection facilities, existing fees are per unit fees for residential development and per acre for non-residential development. In this study, we've updated these again to fees for residential development and per 1,000 square foot fees for non-residential development. And the proposed fee is an increase for all types of residential and non-residential development. That's the results or the outcome of the fee calculation. For police facilities, we have a similar outcome, an increase for all types of residential and non-residential development, and the same shift from per unit fees and per acre fees to per unit fees for residential and per 1,000 square foot fees for non-residential. Public buildings fees, those cover all of the city's general administrative facilities such as City Hall, Courtyard, library, community cultural centers, et cetera. And the results of the fee calculations show a slight decrease for single-family residential and an increase for all other types of residential and non-residential development. Roads and bridges. I think important to note here is that these fees are based on the planned improvement costs going out to 2040, and that there is a regional traffic program that pays for a portion of those costs. And then further from there, we're only funding the cost of improvements associated with new development. In this particular fee category, the result is an increase, a proposed increase for all types of residential and non-residential development. Traffic signal fees are similar to the roads and bridges fees. And again, the outcome is an increase for all types of residential except mobile home, and a decrease for some types of non-residential, increase for retail. Mostly has to do with trip generation rates by type of land use. Storm drainage fees, the cost assumptions were updated per the recent master plan. And the proposed fee here shows a decrease across all types of residential and non-residential development, and those fees are charged per acre. Finally, we looked at water fees. Though the cost basis for those fees was also updated by the recently completed Indio Water Authority Master Plan. I think Ray's here from Indio Water Authority. And those fees, instead of being done by per unit or per square foot or so forth, these are meter size base fees. And looks like we have a decrease for the 3/4 inch, 1 inch and 2 inch sizes, and an increase for all other meter sizes as proposed. We have a table here that shows the difference between the city's current fees and proposed fees that come from the study. And I think we added one more table to this presentation to illustrate that a little bit better for policy discussion purposes. Do you happen to have that loaded on the, thank you. Or was it added to the end of this? Keep going.
It's a separate one, right? It's a separate.
Well, I'll just wrap up here really quick, and then we can put it up on the screen. In Appendix A and Appendix B to the report is where there's a fee comparison to surrounding agencies. And now I believe we're ready to open this up for policy discussion with the community and council. And Joe Colgan and I are here and available for any questions. I do think it would be useful to put that. What? It's at the end. Okay, keep going. Here we go. Nope, it's not. I'm out of clicks. Oh, was there? Okay, thank you. All right. So this view of the table is kind of a collapsed version where regardless of the type of impact fee, you can see what the total existing fee is, the different types of facilities, and what the total proposed fee is across all the different types of facilities. And I believe drainage is broken out separately because it's assessed per acre instead of per unit or per 1,000 square feet. And also what wouldn't be in here is the water component. But you can see some of the relative increases and decreases by development type and the drop in drainage fee. I think we figured out that for apartment buildings, for example, that drainage, the drop in drainage would be almost akin to another $1,000 off the total proposed does that make sense? So existing is at $5,768 across all types. And now they would pay plus $15,682 per acre, which is if you assume 10 units per acre, you can kind of work out what the relative, addition or decrease is under the new proposed structure.
I might just jump in with one quick question. So residential is per unit, commercial is per acre. Is that correct? Drainage.
It's all per acre.
Oh, all
All per acre, yeah.
Okay, so the residential unit, a single family, currently it's 8,900, proposed to go to 9,400 in total fees. However, you see a fairly significant reduction per acre, not per unit, in the drainage fee. We could do the math on what size home is, what size lot that is, but in effect, it's probably a wash, depending again on the size of the lot. Because the drainage fee is being proposed to be reduced in such a significant way. You see that also as you move down into the commercial area, which is greater acreage usually. Just a good summary. This was prepared by Nicole and Joe, but we just cut it to zoom in on the fact that there are some pluses and minuses. And as she reviewed, even the individual fees, there's a little bit of movement. So the discussion regarding apartments, multifamily, affordable housing, you can see how, in fact, it amazes me that since 2006, we're seeing really no significant increase in the residential fee. The commercial fee is where you see that significant increase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, we'll go open up to council for questions.
I'm okay with going to public comment.
Oh, we're public comment? Oh, yeah, so it's a public hearing. So what I'll do is open a public hearing and go to request to speak, Mr. Mike Edrich.
Good evening again, City Manager. I'll shorten my comments also. I'm the sorry. I'm the Director of Sales for Western Waterworks, and I'm also a Chamber of Board member. So I come tonight just to express our concerns and try to make the council aware of the huge increases that the underground pipe and water and sewer both have added to the development pricing. You know, it's went up anywhere from 35% to 300% pricing has. And the shortages have put an extreme challenge on developers to actually finish projects because some of the stuff has been, 4 to 6 months out. And we would hate to see developments. Things are going to change someday, and with larger development fees, it's going to make it harder for the developers and people like Black Gold to continue to grow and do their business. And basically, that's what I'm here for. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Edrich. Go to Ms. Diana Soto.
Hi, Diana Soto here with the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber of Commerce. I have a letter of representation. Honorable City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. On behalf of the Greater Coachella Valley Chamber of Commerce, executive leadership, and the greater business community, we want to take this moment to share some thoughts and perspective with you about resolution number 10242, adopting development impact fees. As we understand, this resolution has been researched for at least a year. The decision before you tonight is whether or not to adopt the resolution as it is presented. We implore you to not adopt this resolution as it is presented today. The timing and implementation for this resolution is detrimental to future commercial development. And that single detrimental impact has a ripple effect of consequences. Your decision tonight doesn't just affect commercial developers, but also a slew of other business categories whose business begins where commercial developers end. The proposed 180 to 240% development fee increases for commercial retail and commercial office projects are not just an outstanding increase, they are an unbearable burden. If you implement this increase as presented, it will cost the City of Indio its optimal development potential. While the fee structure generates needed capital for the city, consider the opportunity cost for your future branding and development. At a time when businesses are struggling to return to pre-COVID staffing and sales, this sort of skyrocketing fee increase kills development. The world of commercial office space has widely speculative future because of COVID-19 and workplace telecommuting trends. That challenges the development of commercial office space. Adding an enormous cost increase to that sort of project could very well be a nail in the coffin. Don't kill commercial office development when the city of Indio needs it. The city of Indio needs commercial retail development and commercial office development as a growing city. We need to see more space for healthcare offices and professional service offices. We need more areas to build out for growing business community. But if you hinder the development of those areas through poor implementation of a well-intended plan, that would be a shame. We understand the spirit of the resolution, assessing fees that have gone without increase since 2006. We applaud the city for the length of time it's kept its developmental fees at bay. It has incentivized commercial development. It has made the city of Indio an attractive market and no doubt has some influence on why Indio is cited as boomtown today. We understand the logic in assessing increase, but this timeline and this implementation plan are the wrong way to carry out your intention. We ask that you please table this item for better timing and a gradual plan to introduce the fee changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soto. We'll move on to Ms. Gretchen Gutierrez.
Would you let Jess connect last? I'd like to be last. I'd like to be last.
Yeah, I will grant that. Then we'll move to the person sitting next to you. So somebody has to go. Ms. Tony Maryhugh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Whoa. One person. Okay.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city manager and staff for having me here again tonight. My name is Tony Maryhugh. Oh, and I just lost it. I'm going to grab something. Sorry.
Did you all see the presentation of our tamale festival? It's going to be great. Looking forward to it.
That's all right. Time's ticking. That's all right. That's why I did it this way. No problem.
It's all right.
I can wing it. So thank you for having me tonight. I am the CFO for Chandi Group USA, and we are a developer in the city of Indio. We are also a business owner of multiple businesses. And I'm here tonight to talk about this proposed fee increases. While we understand that the fees have not been increased for several years, I'd like to say something my mom used to say, just because everybody else is doing it doesn't mean you have to do it. I really believe that further study is warranted to understand if increasing the DIF at this time, in particular the sharp increases that are being proposed, is really warranted. The DIF study that was completed includes an appendix which outlines capital improvement plans that the city is looking to fund. And it's tied to roads and bridges, traffic signals, and it seems to float the idea that DIF increases are necessary to support these expenditures. But if I want to remind the city that the city approved the capital improvement plans back in May, which includes many of the same items that are noted here. And when those items were improved in May, they indicated specific sources for much of the funds, and a significant amount of funds to pay for those improvements is coming from gas taxes. So we might be unique in that we are a developer and also a business owner that happens to generate a really significant source of gas taxes for the city. And I'd like you to just keep in mind that what we also build is retail. And as it was mentioned, that is the most significant increases. So in the housing, they're not as sharp being proposed, but on the commercial and retail sector, they are. Beyond the gas taxes, we primarily build retail uses that your residents are going to enjoy visitors to the city will enjoy, and those short-term rental occupants can also enjoy generating sales tax. If we build it, we get more sales tax. But when you give us these fee increases, they do sharply affect the budgets. When you look at them incrementally on a little comparison of, a fee increase from $1,300 to $1,400, it may not sound like a lot, but that's on a per square foot. And when you extrapolate that to the size of the buildings or the number of buildings, the proposed development, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars that affects our budget. So I'm here tonight to urge you to at least give it further consideration, phasing in different opportunities. And remember, we build retail, we employ a lot of people in the city, and we generate a lot of sales tax. So please give it some further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Merrigue. Ms. Sanchez, I believe we have someone online.
Yes, Mr. Bob Mara, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Furman and members of the City Council. My name is Bob Mara. I'm the owner and operator of Mara Market Intelligence, which analyzes all aspects of our local economy, and we publish business and development news. And so as we know, the California Mitigation Fee Act specifically requires that impact fees must be proportional to the impact created by a given development. So it just seems to me that the massive rate increases in fees for retail and office developments are actually disproportional with their true incremental cost to the city, especially when these places are where new jobs are created in the city. So from what I can see, restaurants and retail stores in your development pipeline are infill in nature and or planned to serve current residents, including the new projects in process and envisioned for your downtown revitalization plan. So these companies serve existing residents within areas they already live, or they follow population growth areas. So if someone were to, let's say, build a few quick serve restaurants amid existing residential areas, do those facilities add additional burden to build more fire and police stations, more public buildings, additional roads and bridges? They just don't. And so the example of the fee increase for the average size grocery store that I saw earlier in the study session is actually hard to even believe, but it's true. Fees would go for a 40,000 square foot grocery store from 230,000 to 640,000 under this new resolution. So what do you say to Albertsons who wants to compete with Ralph's? Hey, we undercharged for the past 15 years, but now we're going to catch up with you. They're going to leave. They won't try it. And one of the issues I see really is the basis, and we just saw it in the presentation of the study, which is it's based in large part on what your out-of-town study consultants estimate Indio will look like on paper in 2040. And so it's hard enough for any given city, as I'm sure you know, to even estimate its own population growth, as evidenced by the demographics section currently showing on the city's website. It's old data that shows an estimate for the population in 2016 to be 89,000, but it wasn't. And the 2020 population shows to be 100,000 when it's 90,000 in 2021. So are we trusting in the 170,000 person figure shown for 2035? Doesn't seem like a good idea to try to project out that far. Last year, Indio's population growth rate was 0.86%, and it was 35th in the state. And so while we want growth, it's not really happening as fast as it might be projected. And I'm worried about that part of this report. So why not adjust more gradually based on the actual pace of growth rather than making these longer term projections and then charging people now amidst a difficult recovery scenario for several years going forward? I think anyone would agree. Why do that now? Why not watch it go forward? So for these and other reasons, it just seems to me that the developers, that I've talked to and myself think that this massive mitigation fee increases for retail and office especially are likely to harm the city's extremely impressive ongoing economic development efforts that have yielded so much activity in recent years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mara. We'll move on to Gretchen Gutierrez.
Thank you for giving me that privilege of being last.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Gosh, it's been a long time since we saw each other here, about 5 hours ago. Again, Gretchen Gutierrez on behalf of the Desert Valley Builders Association. First of all, with regards to the earlier work session, I'd like my comments still to stand with regards to the 2 letters and the correspondence back and forth between our office and the city staff and the consultant. We have subsequently met with the general manager for IWA, and we're going to continue discussions on the supplemental water item that I brought up earlier. So thank you for that. I'm going to go a little outside the realm here, folks. I'm going to actually make a recommendation for you all to consider on the council dais tonight, because you're going to have discussion. You're going to be looking for direction. So here's the suggestion, that you adopt the housing element that's in this proposed fee study. It is a 6% increase. Nobody in the development world, whether it's residential, commercial, retail, industrial, et cetera, likes an increase in fees, but we haven't had one in 15 years. So if you look at it in proportionality, a 6% increase on housing now at this particular juncture is not untoward. That's number one. If you'd like to be amenable to phasing it in over a 2-year time period, we're certainly agreeable to that as well. By the way, it would not take effect for 60 days, regardless of whatever you adopt. It's a 60-day rule on that particular thing. With regards to the commercial side of this fee study, in your packet, and if y'all want to pull it up, because I still have 1 minute and 30 seconds, on page 56, we've been talking a lot today about the commercial side of things. Our recommendation is a 3-year rollout on 3 very specific items. That would be your public buildings, your roads and bridges, and your police. Those 3 very specific line items. Adopt everything else, but those 3 items roll out on a 3-year rolling scale. Those 3 items total $10,359 per 100,000 square foot. Excuse me, per 100,000 or per thousand, excuse me, $10,359 per 1,000 square feet for an increase. If you were to roll it out over 3 years, you're going to acquire $3,453. You'll get there. It'll just take you 3 years to get there. But that would be a little bit more palatable for the commercial developer to be able to budget for it, plan for it, and know what would be coming as they move forward on their performance. So take those 3 line items, move them into a 3-year rolling acquisition, and move forward with the other line items as proposed. And with that, thank you very much. If you have any questions about how we came to the math, let us know.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Do we have any more, Ms. Sanchez?
No further comments, Mayor Pro Tem.
So we have no further comments, so I will close the public hearing and open it up to council for questions and comments. Councilmember Ortiz.
I think I would still like to see the numbers side by side with the drainage, but per unit, and to see what those actual increases are after the drainage fees get lowered down and the.
If we could pull up that slide again, the issue is every home housing unit might be on a different size lot. So if you want to take a standard, our standard, a 7,000 square foot lot, 6,000, 8,000 square foot lot. So we could take an estimate on that.
Yeah.
What's 8 divided by 43,560? So is that we can make a quick math term. That'd just be the average. 5. So we'll need that slide again. If Matt's back there listening to us, the PowerPoint. We could provide that. It would just be an estimate. It wouldn't apply to every single lot the same way on the residential side. Even the multifamily, you could have density that goes up 5 units. It's only taking so much acreage, or you could have multifamily that's single story that takes many acres. So it's just a little, that's why I think it's helpful that it's in a different category, because it's just not apples to apples.
Maybe we could have a range.
And I'd be happy to do that. That's what I'm saying. Let's say the single family unit is 8,000 square feet. So the reduction is 6,200 an acre. And what was that math? Juan, you're our city.
A little over 1,000 per.
Thank you. Who did that for us? Tom's our guy. So So it drops another 1,000 per unit, yet we're looking at raising it about 500. So that's why I say it's roughly a wash.
Yeah.
And graciously, the DVA that's been very helpful in the whole process feels that the residential is reasonable. Now, some of these fees go up and some of them go down. So I'd have to see if Gretchen picked the ones that go up or go down. And
The ones that went up.
oh, okay, well, we're all, so certainly that, I think what was proposed was very reasonable over a 3-year period. I think would make sense on the commercial side. The residential side is a small blip, particularly in the healthy market we have now. Something was mentioned previously, I think is always wise for policymakers. If the economy goes a little wonky, particularly on the residential, right now it's strong, but we could always come back. I'm sure the DVBA would come back and say, listen, now we're in trouble. If 3 or 4 years from now we're struggling, then it's time to readdress this. But right now the residential seems very fair. The commercial is an increase. It seems so dramatic, much like the last caller. But the problem was back in 2006, it was artificially lowered at that time. So we've got just it's a relative comparison. It's not that it's jacking up so much, it's just that it was already artificially low. The study assesses it at what it should be. So I'm jumping in while I stole the floor. I think a 3-year phase in, I think staff would be wholeheartedly recommend we do that so that we can proceed and get these fees in place. It's correct that there's a protest period, 60-day window. So the sooner the better we adopt this, as well as we have some legislation coming in at the first of the year that would overcomplicate this. And we wouldn't have to go back and want to redo this study. So I would encourage you to adopt that and consider that suggestion of a phasing in of the commercial fee only.
The commercial fee that all these rates are at 100% instead of 75.
Exactly.
So not only are we adding on the extra fees, but we're adding on the other 25% that we've taken off the whole time.
Compounded for 15 years. Exactly. And we keep saying commercial, probably should say non-residential so that industrial is included in that incentive process. I might also add as a side benefit, again, while I stole the floor, is if we're advising those that are looking at retail, commercial office development, if we let them know there's this 3-year window, perhaps they will accelerate their activity knowing that some larger fees are coming. That could work to our advantage as well. So giving them some time to be able to move these projects forward within a 3-year window could be very helpful.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Amit, do you have any questions, comments?
Yes, I have a few questions. What reasoning is it there behind the drainage proposed fee going down so much?
Good point.
Juan Diaz, city engineer. To address your question, 2 considerable factors is the fact that there has been some significant development since 2006. So a lot of these developments have been conditioned to retain their storm drain flows, which has reduced the, I guess, tributary drainage area that was considered in the DIF study calculation. That and there have been a couple of significant storm drain projects that the city has implemented that have also added to reduction in the tributary drainage area.
So if this proposed drainage fee is for the impacts of new development and they're maintaining all of their drainage on site, then why do they pay a fee at all?
We still have to account for all of our streets to be safe during significant storms. So this fee, the reason why it's so low is because it only accounts for the local street drainage flows.
But this is for new development. And they're not going to impact the streets because they're going to maintain on site.
Well, no, this is for city development. Impact fees are intended to address citywide impacts. In other words, a resident living in a proposed future development, eventually they will have access to our street network throughout the city. So
right. They won't be impacting it, but they will have access to the public streets. That's right. Okay. So the other question I have is I was trying to do a comparison to La Quinta and Coachella, just to pick east and west of us. But the appendixes are upside down in the staff report, so it's kind of difficult to do. I wanted to make sure that the public building fee and And the traffic signal fee for the city of Coachella are not reversed because they seem to be reversed on our proposed fees. See, our proposed fee for commercial traffic signal is $350, $1,100, and $192. City of Coachella is $4,000, $3,000, and $2,000. Our public building fee for commercial is $2,000, $2,000, and $700, but City of Coachella is $200, $100, and $93. So are those transposed, or is that really how they're charging their fees?
I apologize, but I don't think we can answer that without looking back into the data that we use to compile. You know, somebody would have to pull that up on a phone or something like that.
Do you see why I'm asking that though?
I understand the question for sure. I understand what you're asking.
Just seems odd that their public building fee would be so small and their traffic signal fee would be astronomical.
Well, traffic signal fees are typically higher.
But our proposed is only 350. How can there be a 1,000% increase or, yeah, 100% increase, 1,000%?
Are you asking if we transposed the City of Indio's traffic signal fee and public buildings fee, or Coachella?
Coachella's.
Yeah. Joe, did you have something to
I know ours
to add?
Ours are not transposed.
For our
proposed
report are
fees
not transposed.
Are correct.
Yeah, I'm asking about Coachella's.
Right, I know that's, I apologize. That's not something I know off the top of my head.
Okay, well, it's kind of hard to compare, number one, because the appendixes are upside down. And I don't have an answer to that question. So I don't know how to.
95.
Page 95.
Yeah, I'm on page 95. It's upside down, and then 96 is the right way.
So you got to rotate your page.
Yeah, but I'm trying to see 95 and 96 at the same time because I want to see all the fees.
I don't have the detail behind the comparison with me.
Okay, so I'm mostly looking at commercial. I would support a phased-in approach. I'd also like to throw out for consideration that we grandfather all of the projects that are already approved and have budgeted based on the existing fees. And I guess that would end my comments for now.
Loopy, are you talking about grandfather in a minute at the current rates of what they are, as long as they're entitled, and on the other phased in number 3 years, are you talking at 100%? Because it was artificially put at 75 when we did that a long time ago.
Well, definitely grandfathering the entitled commercial and residential projects to the existing fees, because that's what they base their budgets on. As far as the commercial either going to 100% or 75%, I would be happier with 75% because I want to make sure that we continue to have commercial development. But, you know, I need to hear from everyone else whether.
Yeah, I'm good with 75% too. And I do agree on bringing it in, especially on commercial in terms of where it's located. If it's somewhere out in the middle of nowhere, I don't know if too many people are going to take a chance and develop it on it unless there's something that can be utilized for them to be able to get their money back, or people going to take a chance on spending money on that kind of thing when it is where you think you get the infill at some of the other places like Northgate or over at Red Mountain or one of the other ones that's already pre-developed where, you know, they have an advantage a little bit over some of the other stuff that because they got traffic already there than you would some of the other places out in farther areas. So I'm commercial. I've got some issues with it.
So go ahead, City Manager.
Just a quick question, the Public Works Director, and I think it's something the city attorney may want to address. It's a thought I hadn't had before. But if we do charge less than what a fee study indicates should be the fee, would there be any potential impact on that development relevant to prevailing wage? Are we providing a subsidy?
No, it's all, that's a policy choice in terms of charging the fees that are applied to everybody. It's when you negotiate those fees, like in a development agreement or something else, that would kick in prevailing wage, because then you're reducing a fee that's, let's say, $100 fee. You're then reducing it to $50. That's the issue. Whereas the fee will be set at $50, even though you could, from a cost recovery basis, charge $100. So it's a policy choice.
I see. And that policy choice is that 25, if that's where you go, the 25% will be made up by some other source.
Jobs, taxes, depending on what it is. If it wasn't commercial houses, I don't want to raise anything on. I'd prefer not to, but I understand the fee, and the Desert Valley Builders Association is fine with it over a period of time. I'm good. I understand that we need to get fees because it comes from somewhere. And we just asked our residents to tax themselves what they did. Has nothing to do with this part of it, though. I mean, you know, the fees that we're charging, if people don't come, they don't come. And large units are more than likely going to get development agreements. The small guys I'm worried about, the ones that are going to be able to do, that are going to have more trouble doing the fees. The big ones they'll decide. They'll either do a development agreement with us or they'll make a decision. Is it in the best interest? Will Indio be the best bang for their dollar, or will they go to Coachella, La Quinta, or wherever else that's going to get? I mean, it's business 101. So it just depends on where we're looking at. But I worry about commercial because it's got that larger impact. When you're going from 5 to 15,000 or 16,000, but I do like the idea of the actual water flow for the acreage being able to, for the drainage to be able to go back. But we've always said the drainage has been high before. Our staff has always argued with us that that's the numbers. And now here we are, 10 years later, and it drops dramatically. So sometimes the numbers aren't always correct. So I would be good with phasing in. I would be good at going 75% for commercial. And if we want to kick it back up, we can. I mean, if it looks like it's not going to phase us, we can do it.
So 75% is the phase-in number.
Yeah, 75% is the phase-in number over 3 years.
Okay.
That's where I would go.
Yeah, I'm okay as well with the 75% over 3 years and grandfathering in the ones who are already there. And I think that's feasible, and given our economy and the momentum we have in our city, I think folks still are going to come. But it does come to some point in time where we do need to catch up with our impact fees. And I think 75% is reasonable at this point for commercial. And Councilmember Miller spoke on the housing. Of course, we don't want to touch housing, but DVBA has done an intense, in-depth look at this, and also our staff. So I think we're okay there. So if there's no further discussion,
no, I'm good.
I would entertain a motion.
I'd like to get some clarification both from our city engineer and the city manager in terms of some specificity, because the resolution would need to be tweaked a bit. So if, I've heard the 75% phase in over 3 years, but I'm not sure if that means, what does that mean exactly?
I would think just for the ease of calculation, all fees across. So as we see the ups and the downs, we would only implement, well, first of all, you say it'll be 75%, and we would take that over 3 years. So you take
25 each time.
So it'd be 25 each time, but you'd at the beginning have to lower the initial fee by 25%, is what I think you're indicating.
So year one, you would phase in. So this is the delta. So this is the delta of the current fee versus the 100% let's say, cost recovery amount. So you would phase in 25% of that delta in year one, 25% and add another 25% in year two. And then the beginning of the third year, you would add the last 25%. So fiscal year, I see Gretchen nodding. So fiscal year, so beginning now, because these fees will go into effect in 60 days. And is that going to be on a fiscal year basis, or will it be on the day that we adopt it? Because it's not, I just want to make clear. So it would be, if we adopt it today, 12, it'll go into effect January 17th.
I'm good with the start January 17th. We're already going to cut 25% off. We're already doing what we need to do, phase over 3 years. When it comes, it comes.
Okay, and so that would be for only commercial?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be the commercial and the industrial?
Yes.
Okay.
So
and
non-residential.
non-residential. Okay,
Non-residential,
so it'll be phased, so the delta will get phased in. First year, we'll charge 25% of the delta. Second year, we'll charge another 25% of the delta. And then third year, another 25%. So that beginning of third year, you're at 75%.
And we're grandfathering in existing.
But on that point, everybody's nodding yes? Okay, great.
Yep, I'm good.
Okay, and then on, and that's non-residential. Okay, then on commercial, I'm sorry, on the existing, the grandfathering in, we are grandfathering in.
I just may jump in on that. I know that
Thank
we
you.
have some like very, very old development agreements. So my suggestion was that anything that had been entitled over the last 10 years, the definition of entitled is what we need to discuss.
And if I can jump in there, so it would really be not not development agreements, because those are contractual arrangements, including any settlement agreements. So it would be, in my mind, and I spoke a little bit to the city engineer and director of public works. It would be grandfathering in those that have entitlements as of a date certain, and entitlements are discretionary approvals. So meaning that if you have a conditional use permit, a map, or a design review, and you have it as of X date, then your project, whenever it is that you build it, as long as your entitlement is alive, then you're charged today's fee. And I would also include in that any project that is not discretionary. So if you had a project, for example, just a single family home that may need to pay a fee, then the trigger would be if you got a building permit by a date certain, whatever that date is, then you pay the fee that exists as of that date. And you don't pay the upcharge. You don't pay the new fees. Is that right? Okay.
Well, these fees, we're not going to affect residential though.
So is this grandfathering in just for commercial?
Yeah, but aren't we grandfathering in all the housing tracks that we've already?
Right. But the example that city attorney gave wasn't a single family dwelling built a permit. That's not grandfathered in.
Grandfathered in if somebody's making a custom home over by Beazer Homes off of where your property is, and they've already got everything there. We would grandfather them in, correct?
Because the lot is entitled, that's the question. City attorney just posed it differently. If they're pulling.
I had two examples, because you have tracts that are entitled with 150 homes, et cetera.
Right.
What about somebody who's just developing one home, and maybe the engineer needs to come up and either correct me if I'm wrong, but don't they pay impact fees as well, or are they not?
At the time of building permit or certificate of occupancy.
Building permit. So if you're grandfathering in entitled projects, do you also want to grandfather in the single family home?
Yeah, everybody's treated the same.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, we just, yeah, somebody's building their home.
That was my point.
As long as they keep their entitlement. If they lose it or it goes to ground, or we decide not to continue it, then it's out. Then whatever the fees are, the fees are.
And then are we going also with the 10-year?
No.
Entitled within 10 years?
You could either do we do have in city engineer, I think we do have some projects that are still alive from a long time ago.
There are some active tentative trap maps that have been dormant, but are still alive.
Yeah, as
And
long as
should
they're
be.
alive, they're alive.
Yeah.
So I don't think we need a time period. Do you think we need a time period? I mean, if
From
they're
back,
still
no, it's
alive,
Prior
Still
to
alive, they're
December
alive. So-
31 of 2021.
if they're still alive as of December 31st, 2021, whatever discretionary entitlement,
Correct.
then they're grandfathered into the existing fees that exist, as of today,
Correct.
in addition to your single family projects.
Yeah, they're all entitled to our life.
Yeah, my initial thought wasn't residential to grandfather, but that's where it appears heading. So there will be some that we stranded that will be on that 10-year window.
That's up to
I'm
you
good.
guys.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with it.
I think that's what I heard. I
Yeah,
wasn't trying to
I'm good.
interject.
No, that's what you heard.
Okay, I heard residential.
Yeah, I mean, when Louis and I were talking, we're talking about like good examples, the trilogy. I mean, they bought that property, they titled it, they did that, they just started it. They started it, but they have multiple homes coming through they're gonna do. It's already, they did it at a certain fee. They bought it, they ended it on the other thing. That's what they were doing. So that's how I say it. Anybody after that, if somebody comes in, whoever it might be, GHA or whoever, and they start a new project, then they pay the new fees.
I think it sounds reasonable. They will build those homes, so we're
They'll build them quick.
negotiating against ourselves, but that happens. Is that clear though in the entitlement now? Do we feel like, because I was going to chime in on the
Please.
75% just quickly.
Yeah, please do.
Because the suggestion Gretchen made was good because we have fees going up and down. So if approved that the fee total goes down 75%, we will apply it to those that are actually relevant to that, so that the total will only be 75% of the total fee. In other words, if we're already going down with Parks fee, we can't manipulate that one.
Correct.
So we will do that administratively to meet the intent of what appears to be your motion.
Yeah. There's certain things I know we can't do.
We wouldn't phase in a fee that is being reduced.
Exactly.
Yes.
That gets charged at the current full rate, what it is.
Yeah. Well, it's going down.
Well, I know, but it's not going to get reduced.
It's not going to get reduced.
Yes, there's certain things, reduces.
The reduction won't be reduced.
Okay.
So that we.
You'll have to clean it up. Is what we're saying.
Yeah.
And we'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got to figure it out.
I'm good with that. Loopy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Ms. Diaz, are we clear on the
Yes,
revisions?
I think was a motion made? I
I think Loopy made the motion. I second it.
Yeah.
I don't,
This year, I'm not sure.
I
if
know,
we
I
got a
don't think,
motion.
I don't think a motion
No,
was
we-
made yet.
okay.
We're still discussing it.
No, she needed the revisions,
Okay.
and then I asked if anyone would like to entertain a motion.
Okay, so if anybody, go ahead, you do your job and I'll do
So,
mine.
yeah, so I'm asking now, would anyone like to entertain a motion?
So I'll make the motion that we adopt is it a resolution?
Yes.
Yeah.
Resolution implementing the development impact fee
242.
104242 pursuant to the 2021 development impact fee study, phasing in the commercial rates over a 3-year period of time for a 75% cost recovery without reducing the reductions in fees by 75%, keeping those at 100% reduction, and grandfathering in all entitled projects as of December 31st, 2021.
And that would be also, entitled projects would also include those that are non-discretionary entitled, meaning by building permit.
Correct, including non-discretionary entitled.
And the phase-in would be as described as the city attorney in her long-winded
Yes, the
explanation.
phase-in would be over a 3-year period commencing January 1, 2022.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Mead and a second by Councilmember Miller. Could I have a vote, please?
Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramos Amit.
Aye.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Aye.
And Mayor Pro Tem Furman.
Aye.
Okay.
It passes unanimously. We'll move on to the next item. Are you on this or public comment? Okay. So we'll move over to item 12 is public comments for items not on the agenda. Are these? Okay. We do have two requests to speak. I'll start with Tim McBride.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I am the Community Outreach and Marketing Manager, Director with Desert Theater Works over at the IPAC. And so I just wanted to check in with you guys, let you know what we are up to and what's going on. It seems like the last time I was here was pre-pandemic. So time has moved on, but we kept busy. Desert Theater Works is back. We've kept busy while others shut down. We kind of streamlined and rethought our business. We made the necessary improvements to the property through grants and donations and support from the city. Most notably, the expo area of the theater has been retrofitted and it's now been reopened as the DTW main stage. So we've installed and expanded the permanent stage, installed new carpeting, lighting, and sound, and increased our seating capacity with the addition of 235 new seats in the theater, nearly doubling our capacity in the Playhouse. The new main stage will be the setting for our scheduled musical productions. We do have plans to retrofit the other two areas, the cabaret and the black box. And it's going forward, not without a lot of pain sometimes, but, and this might be a good time to mention that if you're looking to retrofit Doug York Park, we could probably use that as additional parking for Desert Theater Works. Because as example, we're losing our prime parking during the Tamale Festival for our show. We've worked to get back to pre-pandemic levels of staffing, which is where we are now. And we are adding a future stage manager in a full-time position. We've expanded our social media marketing with regular posts and updates, finding that we've increased our interaction and ticket sales. As a result, we opened with the return performance of the producers running in October. The opening was a success. Audiences and critics were happy. Our second show, Murder at the Howard Johnsons, is now going into its final weekend. We've received positive reviews, and this past Sunday, November 14th, was a sold-out house. So pre-pandemic levels are returning. The next production, Winter Wonderettes, is opening December 3rd, running through the 23rd. We have been invited and are very happy to have our Wonderettes appear at the Indio tree lighting on December 2nd. Hope you will be there for a taste of things to come from the production. And if you haven't been to the redone main stage and updated Indio Theater, we would love to have you come by, stop in at Desert Theater Works. We'd love to take you around and show you what we've done and what we plan to do. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Yes, thank you. Good news, good news.
On enough note.
All righty. We'll move on to another request to speak. Rabbi Mendy Sosakin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mendy Sosakin, and I'm a new rabbi here in India. A Chabad rabbi. Chabad is a Jewish movement that has more than 5,000 rabbis around the world. My wife, Ricky, she's not here, and me came here with our son named Shalom here in India to be the representative of Chabad in India. The job of a rabbi is to encourage and inspire people to be happy with who they are and to do goodness and kindness with their surroundings. I'm so glad to be the part of the nice population here in India. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank and bless our city council. You should go. You should continue your great work. I'm here for a few hours and I see the work, the amazing work. And India should grow and thrive and be an example for other countries in the United States and for all world. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Welcome to the city of Indio.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we any more? No. So we have no more public comment, but I will allow the city attorney to make a comment, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to take this opportunity to provide some factual context to the innuendos that are being made and spread in the community regarding the status of the city's investigation regarding the chief and the assistant chief. As I've mentioned previously, the city retained a third-party investigator. However, there were delays in the investigator's undertaking and completion of the work because of a personal medical matter. It was then brought to my attention that an associate of the investigator who was not given authority by the city to work on the investigation conducted several interviews without my knowledge or consent. Because of the delays and that someone else conducted the interviews, we released the investigator. I want to be clear that at no time did I receive any findings or conclusions from the investigator, and have I been provided a report, and the investigator did not put any of his findings in writing. A new investigator has been retained to complete the investigation, and all the parties have been informed, and I hope that this will help in ceasing what is being transmitted in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney, for the clarification. We have no further comments. Our next council meeting and IWA meeting will be December 1st, 2021. If we have no further comments, it is 8:56 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Ran that like a champ.